Welcome. Okay, we have about 14 minutes. I was in very interesting live, and that was a very nice live. Hold on, let me turn on the light. And that was a very nice live. Hold on, let me turn on the light. Okay, so yeah, we were reading the Bhagavad Gita. That's what we were doing. So we started reading the Bhagavad Gita, and it was a nice live. One of my biggest live yet. That was smart. They're saying, hey, read the Bhagavad Gita just in your vertical, and yeah, it proved to be the best. The room flooded in here with people, so I guess we'll I will do the I guess whatever that I want to talk about in this format, and then eventually, I guess as the channel is growing, then I can invite people to come to the studio. hmm So I hope that everyone is having a good morning, good start of their morning. Gosh, this one was early, and okay, but it was my fault. I just, I just stayed up until the last minute. And I was like, oh my gosh, I better get some rest. So, and then I woke up and I was like, I have fun, but, and it was like, the spirits are like, it's no, it's time to get up. It's time to do what you do. I'm like, ow, oh. But anyway, of course, I got up and on time and still made it in. But gosh, um, yeah, I'm just now stirring. I'm stirring better now. hmm I'm hearing and listening to spirit more. That's also interesting. I can hear. I've been listening. I'm hearing the voice. But anyway, um, the subject matters. The subjects have been coming up about me being a psychic, particularly a phone psychic, decorated, and in Bible scriptures. So I just said, all right. So that's where this title, you all inspired today's title. Thank you. Cap's reaction. What's going on with you? I have a few minutes, so I hadn't signed on to. I probably won't receive any. I'm not tapped into the world, so I'm not administrating my abilities to the world just yet. So I have some free time to kind of have a casual conversation. Okay. Yeah, nice to meet you too. Good to speak with you. Thank you for coming in and saying hello. Yep. That welcome to the room. Everyone is welcome. There's yesterday we had people. I loved it. It's like a reflection of my work. We had people from Germany that I was speaking with, people from Ireland. So yeah, I like that. Thank you. And Americans were in there as well. Everybody is welcome, regardless of where you're from. I have to have a disclaimer. I love interacting with people from other places in the world, but my language is English. So if you can just write it where I can read it, I will respond to you. Until at least someday where I will like translate. I'll take the time to like translate what you're saying. Somebody is coming in and they write in their language, and I have still yet to get the curiosity of what they're saying. I just told him, I said, I hope you're saying something nice. Yeah, with I did that already. Yeah. I actually, yeah, you gotta, I was reading the Bhagavad Gita, and cleanliness is close to heaven. So I'm very close to heaven. hmm I love cleanliness, physical cleanliness. Yep, clean through and through. Spiritually clean. Yep, yep, yep. I'm spiritually clean, but I also like making sure that the mind is sharp. You have to a person can clean all day, but they have to clean on the inside. You have to clean your mind. Like I like cleanliness, but if I had to choose, I would choose cleanliness of the mind. Like have some like rational thoughts. I'll be honest with you. Someone who is less clean and who is rational in thinking, I'd rather communicate with that person on like talking about spiritual things than somebody who's clean and their rationality is twisted. Because I meet a lot of excellent people, they're clean. By say good morning to your mom. It's morning where I'm at, so and I don't know what time it is. Say good morning to everybody who's waking up in the house. Say good morning to the cat, the dog. Yeah. It says, "What do you do for a living?" I'm a psychic. I am a professional expert phone psychic, and I work with my clients. I am going to actually even be signing in. So, from people from all over the world, they reach out to me for counsel, advice, metaphysical counseling, uh, and therapy, a psychologist, um, and I help guide them. And I have my uh, this is some of my education stuff. I'm also ordained, which is part of my work and my studies. I interact with people of all cultures, so I always educate myself. All cultures, all sexual preferences. So I read a lot of, um, you know, uh, uh, the LGBT plus I community, and but majority I read for uh, are heterosexuals, like people who are married, like a woman, man, you know, um, they may have other, it gets sophisticated, sophisticated relationships as well. Yeah. So I help people with real stuff, like, and I love to study. So I love books on my subject, which is spirituality. I'm also a tarologist, obviously, and also astrologist. I have my own methods for the way that I work, and my methods change every year. I'm already like around mid August. I begin receiving information that I use in order to read for my clients. So I'm with so what I do for a living is, yes, I'm advising people from all over the world, from celebrity, royalty, or today's aristocrats, diplomats, people with money, business people, people who are business people who get in the ranks of government. I read for people who work in government. I read for people who just, hey, I'm just trying to get into med school. I read for these people. I read for women who wants to be president of a university, that is. And, keep going, keep going. Decorated law enforcement officers who have served our and here in America where I live, served in the military. Uh, oh gosh, on and on and on. Teachers, and actual like licensed therapists. I think they're my special soul tribe. I love them to pieces. I love everybody, but it feels like these two. I grew up in the metaphysical community, so there's a lot of people who I grew up a lot around a lot of people who had doctorates and masters in like psychiatry and psychology and like therapy stuff, like family therapists. So on and on and on and on and on and on and on. Yeah, so that's what I do. It kind of takes, I can't just say I'm a psychic because then, that doesn't explain, doesn't foretell everything that subjects that I cover. So that's why it's a little lengthy, but that's what I do. And then I also am gifted to predicting the future. So people, will contact me and they want to know like what's happening around them, and they're interested in what is in the future. So they're asking for a prophecy. So I am gifted the gift to see for people from the universe, and so that's implemented into my work. So yeah, all of that. If you can handle all of that, that's about it. I think we covered it. Tell us the different types of psychics that there are. Is any case you're engaged in? Yeah, that's the weirdest. Absolutely. The weirdest. Okay, so I worked for this gentleman who runs a nonprofit, and he worked. He's a law enforcer who worked in government, and he started a nonprofit organization for because he's law enforcement working in the government. When I first met him, his name is Kelly. When I first met him, he says, "What told me what he did for a living." He said, "Well, I for a living, I killed people." I was like, okay. He says, but I work for the government, but I'm retired. And so I have all my connections in law enforcement, cadaver dogs, he could he could send the plane up in the sky and they can scour the grounds. They also have the divers, they can go into lakes and all of that. The whole utensil. So he said he wanted to to combine law enforcement to working with psychics to solve cases such as like missing people, missing kids. Well, it started out with finding missing adults. No, no, no. Missing other way around. Missing kids first, and then finding adults. And he has a very high percentage of wins. So like successfully, it's like 52. So it's like a 50, roughly 50% chance, and also it's global. So where he was also in, like there's people from other countries like Canada and other locations in Europe that reached out to this organization. And the psychics who join this do not get paid. In fact, they pay to be in this organization. You pay a monthly due. And he doesn't believe that psychics should be paid because it's a service. But he means like finding, like if you have a gift like that, find where all these kids and all these missing adults are, for example. So yeah, he did not believe that psychics should be paid. So it wasn't for pay. In fact, he's like, you're doing a service for humanity, so yeah, you should pay dues. So yeah, I paid dues. But it was very fascinating to experience. So that's the weirdest things. And then he would so I was able to study psychic profiling. He like send us these kind of like these pages and like color of eyes, hair color, height, weight, and then like other like a long list of like what to look for, like details. Of course, that helped me to have a better understanding when you all ask me to, or excuse me, when clients ask me to like read between lovers. It's not quite saying if this lover is like it's going tomorrow's convict, but who's somebody who's is committing crime, but it's still the principle is the same. I can profile people pretty well. Yep. And I don't like need like okay, so I'll start reading in a conversation, don't ask questions, and then the person is like, I didn't give you like I didn't how do you do like how do you do that? I didn't even give you this person's name, but you're saying what they said, what they look like. I just to me it's easy. It just does it. So I truly believe it's a gift. Like it's a gift. It's gifted to me as a gift, but it's part of my work. So yeah, yeah, it says Rayan. It says, "Help me!" Uh-oh, Mr. Worldwide. Will I win the lottery? Play every day. I know, right? You know, I kind of won the lottery. Okay, so I did. Okay, so the men called me. They were heterosexual men um, from different points of the world. I think that they are nationalists, but to each their own. So they were in conversation. This was like 7, 8 years ago, and they were asking about Bitcoin. This is before Bitcoin was Bitcoin, but it was they were starting to write about it in the article, but I hadn't checked it out. Not my thing. But then he began to explain about it, and he listed Dogecoin. I always call it Doggy Coin, Dogecoin, and all these other types, Ethereum, all these other, including Bitcoin. And he said, so he had me read on each of them, and then he wanted me to say which one is the best, like best to the least in value, but which one is the absolute. And I said Bitcoin, but not, but I also said, but other types of, offshoot Bitcoin will arise. I'm not talking about those. Those are not going to go far. I'm talking about original, flat out, just Bitcoin. I said that one is going to, I said that one will be so big, it will drive the market and it will have to carry the weight of all the other Bitcoin. I also said that it would. People were saying that it was going to fail. It wasn't going to exceed six figures. I said it would this year. That was earlier this year. I'm skipping ahead. So this year, I said yeah, it's going to break six figures. And every time they say it's falling, I know that their competitors hate that because all the other cryptocurrencies have to shoulder the weight of Bitcoin. And so they can literally, okay, Bitcoin is so strong, like in the market, they can literally deliberately like allow some fails, allow some hits just to put weight on other crypto people. It's like whenever you hit Bitcoin, you actually hit yourself like twice more, twice over. It's terrible. But if you're like into Bitcoin and you like Bitcoin specifically, then it's actually that's good for you. And I also said that Bitcoin would never, it won't ever fall. Not literally. Like I guess dissension is success to others. It's kind of like watching a professional basketball player, shoot from the 3 point and they're like, "Oh, I missed that one," but they made 20 of them in a row. Like they like 20, and they missed number 21. Like, oh, I missed 21, and then they write about it. Oh, Bitcoin misses the shot, but but they made the other 20. So like their dissension this time, their last one was they didn't dip below six figures. They were still they're like, but hold your horses. They're making six figures, but they dipped, and they was had so much, I guess, value. Let me look it up. In fact, so yeah, I that's the way I hit the lottery. I just like and also as I was reading with a client from Europe, from I think Denmark, and yeah, six figures right now. It's 115,846 in USD. There is my lottery. So right off the all I need to do is follow the person who asked about the stock market, like this woman I read for from Denmark, and she had the night before. She said, I'm withdrawing. I'm taking my money because she thought she had in her mind that it was going to crash. I said, don't do it. Keep your money there. She says, well, I can put it in other European, stock markets. Okay, so within an hour, it was trending. I told her, I said, it's don't do it. It's going to go up. Hang in there. Within the hour that she hung up with me, they already began uh, revealing because she was a little afraid because she didn't trust what Trump was going to do, the administration was going to do. But whatever he did, within an hour's time, there was trending that the stock market had shot up, and in the morning, it shot up. So yeah, so she had withdrew. She did read. She had enough time where she redrew. She what do you call it? Took her money out because she had money in there, but when it dropped, her stocks dropped, and then she got nervous and prematurely pulled out. And in the morning, her uh, stocks shot up, like I said it would. But we're talking about within an hour's time, I was notified. So my predictions, if I make world predictions, it's like it happened. Like expect it to read about it like within the hour, or in the morning. When you wake up in the morning, you'll be reading about it. So yeah, that's the way my gifts works. It's very weird. Okay, hold on. All of that. Did you catch that? So yeah, I do. Oh, I heard some bad news about lottery, by the way. The publishing clearinghouse is bankrupt. I'm like, ooh, you all didn't see that in the future? I'm like, you all didn't see that coming? Like people who are winning the playing public clearinghouse, you didn't see, they didn't foresee. Like they have a crystal ball that lets them know what numbers to pick, and I'm like, wait a minute, the people who play lottery, I'm like, wait a minute, you didn't see that coming? Yeah, they're going bankrupt. They are having. I was in a live, and they were explaining in Tasha K's live. They were explaining that Pleasant Clearinghouse is going bankrupt, and they have what do you call it? Was it overdue? Like people who had actually won and they were receiving regular checks stopped receiving checks. That kind of situation. And so people like you're supposed to win $5,000 like I think a week for the rest of your life or something like that. And yep, they stopped receiving monthly checks, secured monthly checks, just out of the blue. Well, we're going bankrupt. Kind of like, oh, we're sorry, we're closing down. But I want my donut. I'm so, sorry, we're not even operating. So, yeah. Okay, so you know what I mean. So yeah, when people contact me, all I need to do is like if they say, have me read on the stock market or or crypto. All I have to do is just follow my predictions. That's all I would have to do if I wanted to do that. That's how I win the lottery. That is the lottery for me. It says Brown, Orlando Brown, Raven, but nowadays, not back then. Oh, okay. And his name was Kelly. Yep, his name was Kelly. Uh, with your girlfriend come back to you. I am offering readings, so yeah, PayPal, and I will read for you. Welcome. It says you are a church foundation. It says we welcome you to our church foundation. Oh no, no, no! I'm not interested in your church. Not interested. It says no, she was not returned to you. Oh, she came back to her senses. Oh no, 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 no! Don't. I no, I'm the psychic here. Let me. I will read. I will read for my client. If they want a reading, they were asking me. They weren't asking. That's why they were asking me. Don't listen to that. Let me read for you. I put the link up top, and you can also submit your questions. And it's also private. I'll receive it, but I'll also reread for you. I'll do it here in the live, so you don't have to call me or anything like that. But yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you have to take the Hippocratical oath, Thrill House, and that is harm none. Don't harm people with your information. No, no, no. Don't. That's a no, no. You don't do that. You don't harm. You don't. You're not. You don't use your psychic abilities to harm others who are less psychic than you, or are not practicing psychics with information. You don't make predictions into people's lives that is destructful, and you have to always deliver the information even if it's negative, or no matter how bad it is, no matter how strange their lifestyle is or alternative their lifestyle is. If they're gay, if they're heterosexual, who's in a uh, you know extramarital affair and their spouse doesn't know, you have to always treat everyone with integrity, always. It says, does your psychic ability give you more perspective on historical events? Absolutely. In fact, I use my metaphysical uh, education and training to heal historical traumas. Yes. And we talk about it all the time. People, just the other day, we were talking about what is a martyr. And I'm also claircognizant, which means I receive knowledge before I go looking for factual information, and my abilities guide me to what I should research. So I'm able to find very specific knowledge, or very specific knowledge on subjects, because of my claircognizant ability. When I go searching for historical events that may affect us, whether in a tangible way or in a, what do you call it, in an abstract sort of way. Tangible or intangible effects of history, historical events. I work to heal people's minds from those experiences, but not just any one community, because I work with people from all over the world, all over the United States. And in fact, my clientele are more people outside of my own community, which is, I don't say that. I mean, I don't believe in the my community. Your community is like, your home is where your heart is. So it's kind of like saying my family, but they're like, the family's like, I don't know you. You're not a part of our family. Or I only have two kids. Like whose family member are you again? Some people take that very serious. They get really insulted. Be like, yeah, I'm just part of the family. Like, no, you're not. Hey, they start ushering you to the door. Like, hey, are we treating you like a family member? No. When you are adopted. When you are, unless you were adopted as a baby. But I mean, if you're like invited into a family's home, and you're a kid. There's kids their age, but they're their biological kids. Of course, you know that. Of course, if you're a stepchild. So yeah. So I actually don't really, say my community, but if we needed to, just for context, I have people outside of would be considered, as you would in writing, my community, whatever my community looks like. Yeah. So for example, I have more heterosexual uh, clients than LGBT I clients. And then I have more women clients than men. I have more, I would say, even more European clients than white American clients. Yeah, it's always like that. They say, a prophet leaves his own countrymen. So yeah, so I'm everybody else's prophet, so to speak. I see for everybody else, but but my own community. Yeah, it's very strange. Cool. Uh, just tell me about. Yeah. Oh my gosh. There's just so much work here to do. Oh my gosh. The last thing that people should be thinking about is, leaving this world. Like, there's people that have so much ability to do more, but people give up in their own way. like there's people who could literally change the world because of their influence. But see, I have to always, so I don't lose my mind and go into the deep end and go crazy and go rogue. Oh gosh, you're a spiritual rogue, saying some gibberish. They're coming for us, and is that I have to be mindful that there's 8 billion people in this world. Anything that you can imagine that could happen to a human being, it's happening at least one time. So, unfortunately, sensationalism and like spreading, what do you call it, like raising the awareness, so that kind of like the hens alerting, hey, there's a fox around, there's a fox, watch out. So it kind of gets sensationalized. But yeah, at least once something awful and horrendous is happening to someone, at least once. So so I have to be mindful. That keeps me sane. The fact that you're inundated with so much of these, one occurrences, and how they, and like the effects that it has on the emotions. Like when you're like scrolling, it's like kumbaya, kumbaya, and then and like oh, and you're so I try to hold on to that inkling of light, that hope and positivity and universal love your neighbor. I try to hold on to that, and without getting swallowed up in that psychosis, that psychology emotional space, since it's a psychological sensitivity space. I try not to get swooped up in that. Yeah. So that's how. So I do tackle. I mean, depends on how deep you want to go. Um, I mean, I'm not. I don't want to like just come in here and start preaching about the history of things. Oh, this happened, and because of this happenings, you know uh, this and that, and this is my view, and this is what I don't use the historical information for that purpose. So if we do get into, okay, so we've gotten to some historical event conversations, um, but it's educational, and people may have their thoughts. You please don't judge what I'm saying when I'm being very vague right now. I'm being extremely vague. I'm not matching it to anything real, and so you don't know what my conversations would be on those subjects unless you actually engage those subjects with me, hear my viewpoints. So I'm just saying, just I had to put that just a little disclaimer out there. Like, don't let me get you worked up and say, "Oh, see, I saw that in you." No, I do stand up for causes, for the really good ones, but I think I do it the right way. Like, I'm not going to ever abandon my community. I'll never abandon the world, the thought of the world being able to advance itself, and the world can advance together. I'll never abandon that. But yeah, I do call out the mess. But I don't like, I won't like spend all day throwing darts at a person, and then, calling them other thing than, a green apple. I'm going to like, I can, what do you call it? I can love the world and still, be disapproving of the world's actions. So I'm more about the actions, because, like you said, or earlier we mentioned, well, there's at least one bad. I mean, there's one thing, anything you can imagine is happening. Oh, 8 billion people on Earth, and you can't match it to a particular, like profiling a person, because it happens in every, you would imagine, if it's infinity, that means it's infinity in the combinations of colors that could be applied here. I mean, this, think about it. That's a big probability factor when you factor in 8 billion humans, like in this color scheme here, if you got to bring that up. So anyway, yeah, so those are my thoughts. uh let's see. All right. It says, "What are some of your favorite books?" Oh, there's a book that's out by one of the one of the famous psychics who I read for her clients, Michelle Knight, and her book is my favorite, and it's called The Power Within. It's on Amazon. You can look it up. It's called The Power Within. The seven keys. It's like the seven keys of power, the seven keys of your like embracing your personal power type of book in 7 ways. So that's out right now. In my studies, I'm studying. Okay, so I study the systems of the tarot, and so I study Kabbalah isms and things like that. Yeah. Oh, by the way, so men needed talking to, but I think that a particular demographic of men, particularly not trans people, not necessarily in this conversation, but more like men who like gay men. Gay men have to have the conversation of like what is rejection and like how to approach a person, even approach, especially a person that they might find attractive, and have a conversation with them. Like they need better game. Like like they get like catcalling, like heterosexual men who catcall, but then it's heterosexual men you think catcalling, but it's men in general. So that includes gay men because gay men are men, and we're excluding trans women for now because I'm not getting it from trans women. It's gay men. So gay men, I think also gay men have to understand, but men in general, but even women, but particularly this conversation about men, need to also understand the word no. So word no and rejection. These two you need to find the terms for these two words, like and advance yourself. It's part of your age of Aquarius expansion of awareness in the awakening. It's part of your awakening experience. I'm just relaying the information. Yeah, but anyway, so besides that, yeah, I wouldn't, yeah, like if heterosexual men were coming here and addressing me that way or addressing anyone like that, or heterosexual man is, once you do this, he's saying that to women, some women, not all women, some women may not be find that flattering. So, and then men, and then the demographic men, gay men, um, yeah, is needing to understand, hey, you're you're what they call it, criticizing heterosexual men behavior, but you're doing the same exact thing as a man. So like kind of work that out. Sort that out, please. Please sort that out. All right, thanks. And so um yeah. Let me make sure. Am I doing everything right? Hold on. Let me make sure I did everything correctly. Did everything I'm supposed to do? Yeah. So I did everything I'm supposed to do today. Oh my gosh. Um. All right. So, yeah. So we talked about all the serious stuff. And we had our conversations. So I'll have a something to add. It doesn't matter if I'm sitting here in pink barrettes. If I come in here and I'm sitting here with a full on red dress, um, you still don't have to you don't have to catcall. You know, heterosexuals can be respectful to women, admire women. Gay men can admire men. We're not saying don't admire men, don't be attracted, but like you can still be respectful and also handle like if I said I'm just not. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I want or my preferences. What I'm having for lunch today. That doesn't matter. The fact that I said no or I'm not interested, not at this time. I'm having a conversation that is important to me. That should be enough. That should be enough. And or just that I just said no. If I'm wearing, if I have pigtails and the full on, I don't know what you call it, like when you put hair on your head to cover your real hair. I don't know what you call it. Or if I have makeup, if I come here with makeup and you put something out there and I said no, you should respect my no, even if I'm in full uh, women's clothing. If I said no, you still should embrace my no. You should still accept my no. Yeah. I think, by the way, I think meeting up with people and all that, I think that's very dangerous, by the way, because you don't know those people, and you hear people meeting up with people who they don't know, and they turning up dead. So I don't know you, and you're speaking to me that way. So it's kind of like if I'm walking down the street and those are the words you're saying to me, it's catcalling. It's in Europe they're actually making it a crime. Like they're giving men fines who catcall women. I think it's a good idea. Just saying. Just saying. All right. As a fellow recipient of catcalls from men, I just thought I would chip in and do my part. All right. So, yeah, but there's other things to talk about. So, I'm enjoying, the conversations and, yeah, you know, making sure that I'm preparing, to work with the clients. The temperature right now, because I know that there's a lot that's going on right now, energetically, maybe emotionally. It's, I think that even although we are what they call it desensitized to things, but this is at least in America, it's also a bit of a mourning situation. 9/11 on top of that, and so yeah, energetically, you know, uh, like what you call it, like people are like kind of what do you call it, anxious. They're jumpy right now, like, oh yeah, I don't want to tell you, like, where I live. Yeah, I don't, you say, yeah, 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 I'm California. Yeah, it's beautiful weather. Yeah, like, yeah, right off the, right there in the middle. Yeah, right off the turnpike. It's like, yeah, yeah, but yeah, 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 we can, there's, yeah, we do have that restaurant, what do they call it? Um, I don't know what you call it. Uh, a fast food place. Well, right now, no one is. Everyone is like, like they're jumpy. So Ice Castle. Is it called Ice Castle? Giddy. No, not giddy. Anxious. Not giddy. That's giddy is the wrong word. Here, White Castle. There you go. No, anxious. Anxious is the correct word. Anxious, not giddy. People are like, hee, you know. No, they're jumpy. Giddy is not jumpy. They're jumpy. Yeah, White Castle. Yeah, come on out here to White Castle. No one's asking you to come to White Castle because they're anxious, not because ooh, don't ooh, I can't invite you to White Castle. No, that's not a friend. If they're laughing and giddy, because they're not inviting you to White Castle. That sounds like a sibling. That's like a hating like a sibling who just said you get everything all the time. So yeah, I'm laughing because you don't get White Castle. No, no, they are anxious. They have anxiety, social anxiety right now, because deeper on a deeper level, they're like sensitivity. Like even though we're desensitized on the shell, inside all your inner radar senses are like flaring up. You're like, oh my gosh, yes, I am anxious, and I'm desensitized, but at the same time, I'm like playing it smart. I'm like, yeah, no White Castle meetups. We're not having White Castles. I'm not inviting you. Not right now. Not while I'm anxious. There you go. Hmm. Hmm. But as a White Castle was just one example. I mean, you could also Panda Express. We'll have to, yeah, come and we'll have Panda Express together, or other fancy restaurants, some other like a nice restaurant, that costs a big dollar, a plate. Yeah, we can go out and have some drinks. Yeah, no one is doing that right now. That was my point. Point made. Yeah. So I'm just saying, yeah, cool it, cool out. Just like be cool. This too shall pass. We're talking about, the subjects of the tarot cards, spirituality. We're talking about, biblical things. Like, how does that work? Like, how is that connected? Sometimes, it just comes up. So, yeah, and stop. Don't use the Bible to like as a I guess like a gateway drug. The Bible's not. Scriptures are not gateway drug. Like, well, you start talking about the Bible, you can hang out together. No, or you can start, entering into your shadow realm space. No, 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 no. Don't do that. That's why I like just unraveling it like right there. So I'm like, okay, well, let's read what you said. Okay, well, this is what it says. So now, there you go. Yeah, yeah. But I always think I was like, people have to come across real. Just come across, be real. What do they call it? Looking for openings for exploitation of others. Starting with the Bible. Start like the first layer of that is, what does the person believe in? Really, just it's easier just to be self. Like, just say, hey, this is who I am. I disagree with you on that point. That's fine. I'd rather the person be themselves. Like, yeah, just be cool. Just be cool. Like, start there. Occasionally I get people who don't really have very good people skills, and then it kind of but we're social creatures and they desire relationships, and to see that play out, you know I mean, of course, we always treat everybody with integrity, so I'll be the testament of that. So I am being but it's good for educational purposes. And where I'm going with this, and you realize, wow, there are people in this world that they don't know how to talk to the opposite sex, or they don't know how to talk to people who they are attracted to in a way that is inoffensive, that doesn't end up in a fight. You know what I'm saying? Or they're being told off. Um, yeah. So yeah, it's just very perplexing. Because sometimes I'm saying, well, especially when speaking to men, I'm like, well, how do you expect for she to call you when you haven't, you know, accepted her number that you hadn't asked for? And he's like, why won't, it's like, I've been asked like, well, why can she not approach me and ask me for my number? Even if they're just talking, they've been talking for a while, she's not asking him for his number. So he's not putting it out there. He's not even opening up the dialogue to where they can exchange information. But yeah, so like points like that. Other points are like um, when with women, I see women kind of, it's like they shut down, but they want all of the experience of that man, like pursuing and trying to moonlight, and and I guess what they call it, capture her with his words. And she doesn't give any signal that she's interested. So I have to say it like this. I like, it's kind of, I'm like, well, it's kind of like in nature. You send the signals that you're open, and that allows kind of like give the man the ability to know what he's doing correctly, and then make adjustments of what it's not working for you. Because if it's not working for you, that means it's not working for him. So he can, see how you two sync or vibe, as they say. They say vibe on the streets, right? So it's like sometimes it's like the lady is not giving any connection, and it's like guesswork. It's like, do you really want the relationship? I had to go like come out and say, do you actually want to be in a relationship? Is what I end up doing with those. Yeah, I speak to a lot of, like I said, majority of my readings, if not all, are heterosexual relationships. And occasionally I get to speak with the other groups. And I've been reading for same sex, but I felt that they have a long way to go when it comes to like exploring all of the newfound freedoms that they have. It's like they just got the freedom. They've been just yesterday. Like they're not rushing for marriage all of a sudden, like all at once. Like there's just some are just having a dating experience. That's it. And whatever that means. It always means, it should mean intimacy. So intimacy or sex. Um, but they don't, to me, I don't like, it's like they don't see the full authority, having the ability to do more with relationships. So it's like they're years, like 50 years behind, like 25 years behind, and having like just say, okay, now you can do all these things under the sun, and they're just now like, well, they're not even there yet. They're not even scratching the surface yet. Like I start to speak about like relationship fundamentals, and they're like they just let me know like all they're trying to do is get laid. They're like, oh gosh, well, it's not that big of a deal. If he doesn't want to meet, then that's just fine. So I'm like, well, okay, well then let's just speak like that. But their human nature, like any human, they want loyalty. So when they start to go into the fields of loyalty conversation, then that gets tricky. It's like, okay, so what type of relationship are you looking for? So basically, we curate based on the type of relationship they're looking for, and then I can profile the person and tell them, okay, this person is a good friend. They are affectionate, but might not want intimacy, or they like you, want to be, they'll hang out, they'll be intimate, but they don't want to settle down, or they um, don't want to really hang out much. They're preoccupied with other people, or preoccupied with themselves or career, chasing money, but they'll from time to time want to hook up. So we have profile like very intricate, and just go on and on, because you gotta, because it's endless of what a person will do. Like some people, like I just really, it's like I like that your dog more. I just really come over like a ritual. I come over and I pet your dog. I sit down and say, "Hey, how's it going?" And just before you get to the, well, you look nice today. I like your smile. Like they like before that you even reach that conversation. I'm like, well, I gotta go, and that's all it's gonna be. So I have to explain this. I'm like, yeah, this person is nowhere in the companionship, and that they're not looking for that. It's like, well, we always run into each other, and she smiles. I'm like, all of that. With all that said, then I start taking things like, okay, letting them know what hasn't happened. So I'm like, well, has this happened? Has this happened? I can tell these things haven't happened because you're not claiming them right now. So I like help people to see reality from the psychic's perspective. And also you got to say these things and not be insulting. You got to show everybody integrity, by the way. So yeah, I do understand relationships. And that's probably why I nitpick them so much, as much as I do, because I want better for anyone who I'm talking with. And I definitely would sow better for myself if I'm going to create those. I'd be also sowing for myself because I'm saying it all the time to other people. So yeah, I definitely would be my own testimony. Like, I'm my testament. I'm my own testament. Thoughts of Jesse Lee Peterson. I think that he's very wise, and I'm happy that he also resolved. He has definitely historical trauma that I will never experience. I've never experienced. So, and his dad had same experiences. So what I find is that that goes to show about the human nature, like how we go boo hoo for people. Oh, boo hoo, I grew up poor. Oh, boo hoo, I had to, wear the same shoes for 5 years and they had holes running through them. But the moment, it's like when they say, be careful how you pray for people and, just at face value, you don't know what spirit made that person. Like in India, they have a caste system, and there is a person who's one caste, they have to always ask people for things. You don't know why spirit, like, why does God put everybody in these bad positions? Well, Jesse Lee Peterson is a classic case of, actually experiencing, bandits, of another group coming in. And he says, littered with bullets, his house, his dad, he grew up with a dad, looking after him. And, that's just, so he actually really experienced some like face, like head on, like I want to do the whole shebang, I'm going all out, rifles and all, and still yet, still have a very interesting take on the world, and also of, okay, he's a black man of black people. So he also talked about the marriage between man and woman. Also his mom was in his life as well. So that's also meaningful, which people who've actually experienced real stuff like this. And in his case, he's not the only one, but I always find that they end up in these very peculiar social positions, especially when they are elevated. I believe that he is so. I think he has powerful mission statement. I believe he has a powerful perspective on, like, telling us like the way it was back in his heyday. But I also believe, like any social human being, that when you get absorbed in what you're doing, the cause can kind of get old. It's like there's so much brightness that the glare, I can't catch the full detail of his mission statement. Like he has, I believe he started out like in a very particular, but he does say one thing. He has a little disclaimer, regardless what he says, which I believe what I'm saying is I think he sometimes says things because it keeps him in the social circuit. So he's willing to say those things, and it doesn't matter what it's founded on. If it's not founded on anything, it could be baseless, but it captures the imagination of people, which keeps. But he does always say, "Well, I just want better. That always comes up. I just want better for his people, whoever his people are. He says, if I may quote him in quotations, he says, I just want better for our people. So when he says that, it's kind of like, um, it's equivalent of, well, I work with clients from all over the world, but I still, that's still not speaking to, I'm not pointing out or addressing my personal biases. So I believe that he has personal biases. Like, okay, so there's the whole, okay, actually the real Klan really did like shoot at me. And then but when I told my own people, the way that they looked down on me, because here I lived on this little bitty house on some property, it's like, and so I think there's some personal uh, issues that are like personal conversations that could be had privately, and then openly. Like a private conversation to get it rational, to get it into a real language to follow, and then because he is a public figure, but then bring it out into the open. I'm like, I'm not trying to be what's up, my brother, but I want us to have a mutual respect. I want us to grow. I want to see where I can be beneficial and helpful, because simply just holding on to your position in the social circle, as much as you influence, because with that, you still maintain your influence, and both is true at the same time. But you can do that and still not be helpful. So I'm just saying that sometimes he falls into spaces and he might get lucky on the occasion and drop a gem that actually will, where everybody, regardless if it's his community or outside his community, that he can, they can get a gem sometimes. So yeah, it's like his maybe the stage, the path is outshining the cause. Yeah, so that's what I think about him, and others, because it's kind of like, what's his name? What you can also ask me. So, what do you think of what's going on with uh, Kanye? Um, maybe even Oprah. We throw in a woman in there. Oprah and Tyler Perry. Okay, so these obviously have one thing in common: billions of dollars. Even I know Kanye's situation. I'm still going to say billions of dollars, just for the sake of. So they have billions of dollars. The original, like Jesse Lee Patterson's path originally. Okay, I'm going to get these billions of dollars. I'm going to make a difference in the world. I'm going to help a lot of people, and eventually, then at some point you say, you know what? Like myself, I'm like, I work with, I have more clients who are who are white European than I do white American, for example. So, it's like I'm going to help a lot of people. I'm going to help all people, in fact. I think we start out like that, or they start out like that, right? And then as it get more and more, then they don't, instead of like, uh, expanding the ability to, like create jobs, rescue the engineers that just graduated from school. Like, hey, you're an engineer, you just graduated. I'm looking for people like you, fresh graduates. Look me up. This is where my business is. It's like everything in the book. It's maybe not so much as with Oprah, but I just wanted a woman in there with $1 billion, so she's the one that comes to mind. But it's like what is so important? What part of your ego is so important or valuable that for even a greater cause, or abandon a greater cause, or more so, what did I guess their community do in the experience of dealing with all communities, right? What did they do, or what did anybody do that would what they call enable anyone more to abandon a $1 billion life path where they could build communities, not just for one type of community, but communities, plural, you know, where they could employ so many people. And I'm talking about, like peoples, like with a S in parentheses, peoples, not just community people. There is so much. But instead, the first thing that happens, and of course, these spaces is always linked with some type of biases. So I'm gonna have to excuse Oprah right now. She's okay. I'm gonna excuse her, but okay, like, well, we're gonna take out Kanye too, because he's being good. He's kind of being good right now. He's not doing too much. But let's say Tyler Perry. Tyler Perry is in this scandal, and there's like a nepotism thing because he, according to the experience of the gentleman, I don't catch his name right now, um, but he's claiming that Tyler Perry was inappropriate with him at times, and it was like he just wanted to live the dream. He just wanted to be an actor, and be a part of that world. And so it then it's a question. It's not taken away from his talent, but it's like, and how many people who would have been, I guess, so if other people maybe didn't get a position because it's, what do you call it, it would have been intimidating. So I can't hire this, let's say, a woman to work, who wants to work with him. She's phenomenal at what she does. I can't give her the same opportunity because nepotism. So the nepotism, or finding out that somebody has nepotism and they were paid a lot, like money, human nature, they throw it back, which always happens, by the way. And then the employer gets mad at the one who they favored, not being considerate to because of the gifts they've received, whether earned or again through nepotism. Then now everybody is like, is hearing that person, and whether they deserved it or not, maybe they didn't deserve it as much. But it's like, well, why do they bother paying them? But it turns out, making more money than everybody else, for example. So like you like make more, like, I don't want to tell, I don't, like, all of a sudden the employer is so angry. Now all of a sudden you're going to tell that, oh, by the way, you're all gonna be mad when I tell you this. Like, this person's making more money than everybody, and but you're the one who made that happen. Are you more mad? You're like, I'm gonna be mad. You're more mad than I can be? Like, I'm just trying to figure out. I'm just like, okay, how do I go forward and appease you where you start favoring me to where you want to pay me more? So it's, oh yeah, it's a it's a lot. It's a lot of that. And it's like, what is so important that a person would abandon $1 billion trail? I don't understand. And that traces back to that, all that, to like Jesse Lee Peterson. It's like he's on his trajectory, healthy, good originally, but kind of want to kind of hang on to some things and won't let go. Like, needs to let go, make some considerations, make some what do you call it? Make some concessions. Yeah, that's all of that. Yeah, it's all about the cheese. If you have it says, if you have second powers, it says you should go to adoration in front of the blessed sacrament. No, that is incorrect. You have to know, if I have powers, like, okay, if you have money in your bank, wherever you choose to invest your money, that's exactly where you should invest it in. If you have musical talent, wherever you want to, whatever producer who you want to, you need to go chase that producer and sign with that producer. I have my gifts. I get to invest my gifts anywhere I want, and you cannot assume where I'm blessing my gifts. You cannot assume. You don't have the right to assume where I'm not investing my gifts or where I'm investing my gifts. That doesn't it. The gift doesn't. It's a gift, so it doesn't require you. It doesn't require any input from you. It's just a gift. You don't know what I use my gift for. I mean, you just come in here and you just said that. You just come in here and just frivolously threw that out there, like it's out of nowhere, random. So yeah, like relax. You don't know what you're talking about. You have no clue, Mike, for uh, Faris. You have no clue what I do. You don't know, you have no clue how I invest my gifts, but you also do not hold any special rights to inquire about where making my investments or what computer systems I use. That's none of your business. Mhm. It doesn't matter if Satan himself gave me my gift. We need to start in the number one. Number one of the foundation, it's my gift. It doesn't matter who gave the gift to me. It does not matter. It was meant for me. It has my name on it. It's mine. It doesn't matter who gave it to me. If, like, for example, if a black person gives me a gift, or a white person, the white person gives me a gift, just because a white person gives me a gift, that doesn't that doesn't matter. That's still my gift. Doesn't matter whether it was received from a black person or a white person. They gave it to me. That's what I'm saying. Or if it's from a woman or a man to me, that's mine. It was not addressed to you. If it's from God or the devil, if the devil, Satan himself gave me a gift, it's my gift to do anything that I want with it without question. Well, if you really have $1 million, then we could tell Tyler Perry that if you truly have a $1 billion, you can set up communities, and if you really have $1 billion, you can make your own Motown. You can all you need is a nice place that holds a lot of bodies of and say, hey everybody, we putting on a show. Come on down. Excuse me. I have to prophesy. Welcome. It's a pleasure. Donald here. Okay. A pleasure. Always good to speak with you. Hmm. Hmm. Uh-huh. Okay. That's still going on. That's still a thing. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Right. Hmm. Sure. Okay. Okay. Yes, that you're able to, because we were I've been thinking about that. That conversation kept permeating my brain this week, because it was about you showing a different side to a woman's experience, a female's experience, particularly, and have a thriving in one's career, and while the career is evolving, all the while also having a a husband, a lovely husband in your life, being prosperous. Yeah, Yeah, that was how I think of it. Oh, I thought about it this way. I was like, wow, yeah, that is amazing. I hope she writes the article. Even though you said you're going to write it in a proper way, so it's not. You said your worry was it would be sensational or something like that to that effects. You didn't want it to be controversial. Oh yeah, you said I want to avoid controversy around my name, which is yeah, that's valid. Okay, okay, sure. Okay, sure. Absolutely. Okay. So, oh, this is gonna be a fresh read on this, just in case. All right. But they don't never stray too far from what they said. They're always ready for us. Oh boy, they said it's a sport, and they want you to be a good sport about it. So that's very interesting. They kind of like enjoy it, like be a part of it, enjoy it. You need this experience for self. They also mention this is work for you. This is part for some reason it's coming across as work. Settling. Okay. Oh wow. They're saying you're not settling. You're speaking up. You're speaking to like a social experience that I guess that you're connected with. You're like there's more to life. Sort of acknowledgement. You're acknowledging that. So you're activated right now. Like you're inspired. They said that you did do it correctly because you're bringing in peace. So it feels like you're also speaking about this out of love, like out of care at least, out of care, and it's bringing like the fruits of peace. That's the fruits. But guess your special symbol showed up. The justice symbol is that's what usually happens, and so it's specifically speaking to when you speak to like injustices and like disparities, things like that. Like nurturing this space as well, like nurturing your career is what you're doing. You're okay. You're in an elevated level, although you also are in the beginnings of things in the media world, social media world. This is entertaining, so it's also offering a little bit of like tastes. You're expanding. You're adding. You're making like the impactful and encouraging. Type of connection to your already. You're already solidified. You're already founded and grounded in your career, and then this new what do you call it, new road or new path that allows you to receive all of this wonderful attention you're getting. By the way, beginning to take off. That's the last of that statement. Beginning to take off. So that means you're watching your this through this post. By the way, it's connected with this particular conversation. These types of conversations going into the future, but things are beginning to take off. So they said perfect alignment with your life purpose, and it's about, you said, the real effects or real change, the real change of things. But you get to speak from a scientific space. You know what? Like you said earlier, like you don't say it just to make everyone like make everyone anxious or insensitive. You say it because you want to make like sound minded change. Like think about this soundly in mind and reflect. It's like let's do better. So, but you're able to do it at your level. Being that you're in your profession, so and you're connected with sharp minds as well. The thinking community. So they're saying that this is a great start. the article is in itself. The article specifically is a great start. I think it's also speaking about, they may say it like the detail that's more clear, is that this style of writing. Because we also recall that you would embark on this journey, but in order to embark on it, you had to consider like a different style than the one you consider to be technical. Like your technical right, very specific topic on law, but you would reflect on what's going on with the nature of law, but the writing style would it would turn into the one you use to write this particular article. If that, okay, that bridges everything. So your path and this new endeavors and interacting with the magazines, all of that is linked. They all part of the big puzzle or this new beginning for you. So yeah, yes, you're doing everything right. You're doing things correctly. I will say. Mhm. Mhm. Right. Mhm. Mhm. Right. Yes. Right. Mhm. Yes. You're happy to engage in this way. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Yes. 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 This is soul talk. You're having soul talk. This is, I mean, it's inwardly exciting. Like you are fighting for a cause. Now it's a cause you're fighting for. Something so close to home as that, as everything you're mentioning. You're never going to, like, as you say, tucker out. Like, okay, I'm bored. Now what I do? How do I get out of this? No, it's going to keep changing and growing and expanding. You'll never run out of content. But like you said, the menial part of it is, yes, like the posting, but you'll always will have information based on that drive. What you just stated. Like I'm tapping to talk about real stuff, and and you said people are listening and or reading the posts, and like you're getting more and more fired up when you think about it. You're like, oh, and like, by the way, I don't think you're going to run out of words to say on this. Besides, you're also speaking on other subjects as well. This is not the only subject, but there's always going to be something to share. Hmm. Oh boy. Hmm. 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 Okay. Hmm. 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 Right. Mm-hmm. Right. 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 Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, let's take a look and see what we can find here. So definitely we're going to profile, see who, what type of person came through. I'm over here multitasking a little bit, and they did say that this is like signing up for the long haul. This journey is a long journey, but it's a healthy journey. And they said that your battle for now seems to be not becoming pigeonholed, like boxed into a like put into a box, like allowing yourself to have these a few channels in which to channel your goals and your with your intentions behind them to support them. Which I mean, okay, so the answer is already showing up. I guess this group is not here to completely like shut you down, or you say now, well, if you're gonna say those things, then we're not gonna send you work, for example. In other words, they'll continue to see you send you work, but also the path is so that you don't get put into a position where you have to decide, where you have to choose between, do I, not allow these words, like hold on to these words, and not write about these types of things anymore. Kind of appease them, appease the entity. So that's pretty much saying that you're in the clear when it comes to that like repercussions. They start sending me work. Making it difficult for me to do my livelihood based on what I'm saying. Okay, so then who came? Um, his person, your husband is here. Now I know what symbol represents him, but it's someone analytical. He's perfect. For his position. Favorable is what I see. Talking about the future, a lot of this does reference the future, like what's next. He doesn't seem to be bothered. Like I'm not sensing a great deal of emotions. I'm seeing like completeness in finances and also a steady foundation for home. So also I'm seeing the gift of like what do you call it? Then like money, people in they're investing in working with you. They're invested in working with you, but money is being made still. The partnership all the way to being the fact that you're married as well is benefiting from well to making money. The benefit is making money with this group that continues, but channeled also through your marriage, channeled through by way of your special partnership ties, all the simultaneous things that are happening. So for the long haul, into the wintry months of that's November, late November, that's in the sign of Ficus. That puts you like up to November, like 27, 29. So into December, like before the turn of the year, you're still very much receiving money. Okay, so there's another side to this. Your Leo is supporting you. So you know how well, maybe we haven't talked in a while. So right now, Aries and Leo, they're kind of like they remind me of like two people or friends who are like, you have to speak up, you have to say this, and like yeah, that's Aries, and then Leo is like, yeah, I want to hear what your voice sounds like, your big voice. They want to hear you, roar. So that's my analogy on that is that you're being sort of that energy is being brought out of you. That energy, even it is because yes, you have also share that you can be quite the introvert, but you also really thrive quite well in the light. So and Leo comes up a lot when it's associated to you with stage, especially the microphone or anything that puts you front and center. But right now you're shining in the light, and we know that Leo said, "Run to the light, not away from it," meaning the limelight, the stage light, or from the computer that puts your articles in front of people's eyes. And also, your mind is phenomenal right now. You have the senses of the mind, and we're just getting started. We're not even, like you said, that you mentioned the 15th is the wrap up. That's the first going forward into the season of analytics. So right now, recent well, as you're writing your post, and all this is happening, with the Clark interacting with your husband, right? Uh, Mars and Mercury are helping like the mind, like sharpness of mind, instincts, like second nature stuff, right? That you feel like just naturally, and you just with precision, that analytical precision, and also writing like communication precision. So it's like your words are exact, and but not in a way that is like, oh, this is too much, because the Mars help allows for you to say the right words. It's not what you're saying, it's not what you're saying, it's how it's communicated. And so this allows for you to communicate quite well. In fact, this is a season where if one needs to speak to someone who's in a lateral position, like an employer, or somebody who's in charge, this is the best time to sit with them or communicate with them. It's like the meeting, if you're gonna have a meeting room full of people, or like big people, personality wise, this is the best time to do it. Or like this company, right? Who you said they can play political games, with clients, and how work from me, right? Like this is the best time for you to interact, either speak, work, communicate. You've written it in the form of an article. You've written, it's got kind of circulated a little bit, and it resonates with them. This is the best time. If writing this was going to happen, this is the best time frame that it had. So it's like you're in the clear, like a few ways. There's a few ways you're absolutely in the clear. Hmm. Oh, and of course, we're just getting started because we're in the cusp of it. Well, yeah, we're in the cusp officially. So we're in the cusp realm. Well, tomorrow will be. So we might as well say we are in the cusp. And so as we bring in the 15th and continue there, further into the rest of this month, September, you're going to really get some really great ideas. And it seems like this inner voice, or the voice that's like communicating what topics we should go into or what we should think about, apparently it's getting louder. So sometimes you might say, "Gosh, I really have to write that down because I don't want to forget about it later, trying to recall." So yeah, I think you're still getting some interesting article titles, even as you and I are speaking now. So I don't see any repercussions. But I don't. That's not. That's not what happens in at least not in the events. Mhm. As earliest time that you would know definitely would be next week. But you close the chapter of like, so you connect with people, Rebecca, but it's like, to find solutions and resolutions and things like that. That's what we're wrapping up over the next day or so, is just getting like getting together with partners and people, and finding like resolutions, and going for making those solutions go forward. Which so Monday happens, right? So Monday we all are here, and your everything is now in motion, and like your articles are taking off. We know that your articles are going to take off, but also what you're communicating with people are going to begin to gain motion. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Right. 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 Okay. Right. I get the strong sense that this is a guide that is, it's like in between realms, like a guardian of realms and time. It also, I feel connected that this is also lineage, like in terms of like ancestry. So it's like very specific type of guide as well that I pick up on. Specifically in the matters of like the time, it feels like this guide is of another timeline as well. I'm picking up on like, or has been a guide for a while, or there's like association of like history, like being back in time, is what I'm also picking up on. So, well, the guides illustrate that this is someone who is helping you to manage like it's like support. It's like is there to support your ideas, um, to like giving you the idea that you know that like you want to be more advanced. Like this guide helps to advance and make progress. I get that strong sense as well. It's like that's what this dream is illustrating. It's illustrating to make advancements, make progress. It's like for progress. This guide is specifically the era what I felt is more like when as the world is making technological process in the realms of like from cars to like innovative, like being very innovative type of guide, like there for innovation. That's what I'm getting the sense of what this like what this guide represents. But this one that is, as you say, description is tall, seems to be overbearing. These guys just don't stick to like one type of timeline. Like they're just not on one timeline. So I get the sense that this is a guy that's saying, it's not only that it's okay, but you're also are doing something for society. Like we're going to make like we're doing this for progress, whether that's technological, if that's as you say, knowledge wise, we're developing something here. We're creating building, inventing something. This guy is an inventor. Is a vibration I pick up on that I'm picking up on. This guy's definitely associated with. I feel like this guy is associated with also like real life as well, like concrete things that you want to like that's being illustrated here because it's like it's speaking to you from like an empathic position, but all the while it's also saying, no, this is real life. Like think about it in the from a very grounded position is what I see. Hmm. The guide also seems to be dressed nicely. Like the way that the guide is coming across to me. Like when the guides, how when guides when you've had dreams of your guides being dressed up, I guess somebody might say, well, that's just the everyday. Everyone wore suits and back when, so it felt like this guide is dressed as well, I'm just acknowledging this guy feels very like modern, intellectual type of guy spirit, which is seems to be that's also what it's pointing towards, something that you're developing, that you're creating. But oh, this guide also is associated with your, I guess, your perception or your interest in the mysteries as well. Hmm. So it's speaking to maybe even philosophy, like your philosophy in these areas of mysticism. Hmm. Like with your, especially as you get into the writing parts. Okay. I'm also seeing a shop. I feel like I'm standing in a shop or standing outside of a shop. Like I'm seeing a shop window, doorway of a shop. Hmm. Coming in through the door of a shop. He says that's your shop on the in the dream world. He said that shop belongs to you actually, and you're meant to. I feel like you're meant to, like there's something you're going to, okay, if you're going to offer something to put like in front of the shop window so people can see it to come in and maybe buy it, that means you're creating something. So it feels like you're creating something that becomes a product. Now we could think, well, that might be the book, but I also believe it can come in the form of a service. Like like you are always discovering ways to align with clients. So it could have something to do with that. That's why I'm getting insights about the shop, and you're saying, yeah, in the dream he's coming in through my shop. That well, you can say my shop because that is your shop, by the way. So you should claim that space. This is a space where you interact with the world. And the crossroads, kind of like the crossroads where Mercury, meets the roads meet, where currency follows, the mail reaches your mailbox. This is what this space represents. Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm. Right. Mm. Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's right. That's right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm. Okay. Mm, right. Right. That is a very powerful dream. It's a social dream. It's also a dream about uh, one's station. So it's a positioning dream as well. Um, this is definitely, as you said, it starts out where like it's a progression as well. Like you're transitioning. Very powerful because it's also a dream of power because it represents like from you're just going about your day. It's work. Your husband is dealing with David. You're actually having an elevation, like you're being shown your elevation, and it's like like the three stripes, like it actually is you being decorated because like you can receive sort of like well you get that how like it's merit based sort of like awards. So this is like an award is what the three stripes represent. But the three stripes is very unique about the a patriot, being a patriot. What type of patriot are you? Are you three stripes? That's actually an award. That's an award. Oh yes, it is an earthly award. It's an earthly award, but it's also an award as you're spiritually, like on a soul level, are transitioning. So I keep using transitioning is the wrong word. It's transcending. Excuse me, transcending. That's a more clear word to use. So you're what you're doing is so you're transitioning, yes, but in what way? You're transcending, and your transcendence is like a progression. It's a progression dream that's revealing your walk with your partner, your husband, into this new position that he and you will fill. Like you said, oh, you are letting you're allowing David to know actually that he did his best, that you're proud of them for doing what they because you have been it's been on the mind. Are they doing everything right? Is he doing everything in his ability? So it's like you're giving him grace. Is also that's why the kiss, the shared kiss with David, that's what that represents. Like I know you did good work, kind of thing. It's a just showing being affectionate to his work and being understanding, being understanding. But what's interesting is as this story progresses and you're climbing up to where um, you start talking about the shoes, right? Where you're trying to pick out, okay, so what shall we wear? And meaning that your husband, by the way, shares in your success. So he and you both are transcending together. You're transcending. He says, I might as well but you put on your shoes first, and you recommend winning. Like you're basically recommending victory for and your husband is like, well, I might as well. So he has the karma, meaning why the currency, why the money, and they charge you 12, might as well just go ahead and pay the 14. That conversation, that means he has the experience. When I say karma, he has the experience to win. Like sometimes we say I want victory, but we don't have experiences to actualize that need, that desire for our victory. So like he has the currency, the spiritual currency to, or and all the work that he's done in the 3D world to have that to share in the victory. Put on his shoes of foundation. So that means your foundation. You can stand on your success. That's what the gold shoes, what they represent. And now, like you said, maybe you should get a pair. So now your husband, I mean, is getting a pair of those shoes that he's going to stand on. Of course, The feet are important, especially like the way you view your feet. You know, whether if you're barefoot or like in this case, you are putting on, you know, special shoes, and they look really nice, and you said why not? So your husband is saying why not? Yes, that's just both of you get these pair. It's associated with being able to see, like discern or be able to see things as they are, see reality and accept reality. That's what these shoes mean, like walking in life on life's terms, having a very strong and not just any foundation, because you have a foundation full of cobble and jagged rock, but your path is kind of like laid out in a much more smooth path, refreshing path. You feel comfortable here. Okay, and then when she asked about asking you what type of uh, person are you? What have you done in terms of elevating self, and what type of spirit are you going to be? And then she uses that phrase particularly, the three stripe patriot. Those three stripes, that is their award. That's like an award, but it's associated. I'm picking up on with like the things that you could say, like power. It's associated also with the elements of having all of the, I guess, pieces that you need to find success, to have success. Um, because sometimes, like, we lack in the parts that we need where success happens. Um, so things happening like in threefold. So like you're on a winning trajectory as well. So there's more in this route, right? There's more like winning pathways, like ways that you're going to win. More than one way to win is what it means. More than one way to win. Threes, in this sense, see, threes are also a part of one word for fertility and new beginnings for the future, or new beginnings and then future because it's beginnings. Beginnings can also mean, um, this is more in the realm of like the swords. So I would say in business, because it can sometimes it can represent children, but in this case, it's representing business and especially in terms of like factual type of like concrete information or empirical like sciences, or something that's written, like you said, written into law or utilized in politics. This is what those, I mean, that's the symbol, like we call the element of this symbol of the three striped patriot. The element is more like in the realms of law, the fundamentals of the way the world works. And it's showing you that actually you're going to, they said this is your wins here are going to happen. Whether that's through a bonus, um, it could be through, maybe additional partnership, fresh alliance, realms of to coordinate. Okay, so this is the pathway where before money happens, because you need the agreements. So this three stripes represent incoming, so like agreements that you hadn't had before. Now they're like coming at you like, gosh, they're multiplying. Hence for the fertility side, and then it's okay. So which of these are you intrigued? Which one has captivated your attention? And of course, then next should be the money. The money then happens, but you're on the pathway to where kind of like you're preparing for your new duty, or the new tasks at hand to bring about money eventually. But of course, now you gave us a special insight that your husband is also following suit. So he has some things upcoming for himself. That's opportunity wise, based on, well, stemming from his role that he played. I think he did really well, universally speaking, in that when you said when he had to argue the I guess the Supreme Court case, the Supreme Court, his involvement with that is considered universally successful, which gives him the current the spiritual or psychic currency to get to go into better um, shared experiences with you. It's a shared experience he and you, or you say he and I, he and yes, together you both are partnerships. And we know that you're already, well, the remainder of the 3 months and 2 weeks, I guess, of this year, you're in preparation for the new year, which is also the year of specific relationships. We know we've been kind of, we began to talk about it the last reading. So that means these are long term. So these, the upcoming future ex, opportunities, they actually go, they're going to bring in 2026. There you go. But yeah, but we have to get through, we have to do, okay, so we have to do this September, September 15th to October 15th, and then October into November, into like some I think mid-November, something like that. We have to do, those are important for the both of you to align, like like internally, like settle in and come into agreement. Oh, I have this new opportunity. Do I take this contract? Yeah, the contract sounds good to me. I just got one too. Kind of that conversation. You both will fill in that gap. That's after the 15th in October though. Before and then of course we're about to bring in. Well, at that point we'll be bringing in the new. Well, preparing to bring in the new year. Another month and a half from there. Yeah, okay. Now you get it. It's just a lot of interrelated changes, but it's so specific because it's genuinely pertaining to he and you. That's what this path is about. That's what this new year is about. Hmm. You and one other, which, well, in your case, is him, your husband. He'd be your husband. So a lot of insights for success upcoming that we got to keep an eye out for. Opportunities through success. Okay. I love that dream. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. Oh my. Like related. Well, we can definitely say that's amazing. Like you're having dreams of, receiving awards. You have to be in a really good energy to start receiving the material types of dreams, like where you're being rewarded in some way, money, valuables, like the shoes, for example. So you are having these dreams. You're in a good energy space, and there's something to that. But the fact that you had this dream and it's a reward and like you said, is a very privileged reward, like a reward. I think it's related to like how well you actually work with the government when you do take on those cases for yourself, that you're confident in it. Though I've noticed that people kind of head you off sometimes, like they don't let you get involved but so far. Like you'll start on it and it gets kind of tricky, and it does feel like it can be kind of like on the inside, like maybe political, like or emotions, because it's like being not a part of certain conversations in which it's like it has an effect on you, and sometimes it's like, okay, we had to do what we can do, but then you end up doing something quite exponential that they don't understand at the time, and then it blows up later, which we've witnessed that happen at times where they said, well, we're going to take it from here, and they basically you created and helped them, but you already had a mind in what you were going to do next. Before you had a chance to do what's next, they took it and did their thing, and it flopped. So we witnessed that. So this is letting you know that when it comes to your work with the government, actually, you know, universe still rewards you. That's how universe stays in charge. Like, yes, they may not acknowledge it, you know, that, you know, she's more than capable. Let her have this, take on the case and let her see it through. She can do it. You know, you're beginning to do that. Now you're going to begin to have that ability to see these types of cases through, and we know why, because you are moving in, well, you're moved and you're moving into a new space. You're transcending. Bit of a transition, a bit of a process though. It's kind of like you just got here. This is for beginnings. But that's what it's like. Universe is acknowledging. It comes across as a win anyway. This is also where sometimes where we could safely use the word humble and we not be perplexed in any way, like in a bad way. Like you just I know I did a good job. I know I did, but although on the outside in 3D, there no one brings it up, no one mentions it, but the results are there. You can see the results are very clear. You're like, you did do a good, you did a phenomenal job. Now, if they just, well, of course, in the 3D world, also allow you to do the job, allow you to do the work. So I believe that's what this dream is sort of is foreshadowing, that you're going to, have this work that you'll, be able to, like you say, do they trust, or the universe trusts you, but do they trust you now with this, that you can carry it out? So yes, you're going to see that you're able to do exactly that. Like take on these when you do take on these this work. We already know that's more likely to happen. It's just because it's part of you also connecting with information with us, your gift. So you'll most likely have that cases in that area, and then be able to see them all the way through. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. I get the strong sense. Well, according to the reading, she comes across as somebody who may be considered on the like high on the ladder. Like the energy she gives seems to be one of somebody who either is situated, positioned, in role in a very unique role that gives maybe more influence. The way that she's coming across, but also that there may like also, but your husband is shining in this as well. It's like you're also in this reading, you're protecting your husband as you're having this dream about this. You said, so you're like in a cab. You said in a cab together, right? With a driving somewhere. Okay, um, with a perna. That represents being in the same path. That's you. You both are traveling together. She's trying to make a contract. You don't trust her, and I believe that it can get pretty sticky when you add in your husband in this. Although she won't, there's nothing there, but it's like it's just there energetically. I just get the sense that you just don't really care for her much. That's what that means. Like on a personal, deeper level, she's like not the one. She's not the friend. But that she's trying to use. It's kind of like she's trying to kind of like being in the like in your way by way of travel when you're on the other side sometimes being in the cab, she's there trying to using this space where you have to interact at least say hi, like she's trying to kind of use a circumstance where you where she and you must cross paths, like showing up intentionally 10 minutes early to make sure that we enter onto the same elevator together, just so that she can say, hi, how are you doing? How's your day? So it's like intentional, like to place herself around you is what that means. Like, in other words, reason why the cat, she's trying to create an agreement. You have a few of those. You said like people who try to create akashic contracts with you, and you're like you keep turning their application down. You always turn them down in their application. So yeah, like she wants to meet up. Is also what that means. Like heading in, like on a destination, right? You're moving somewhere. She's wanting to meet up. She's wanting to, as you say, ask for, like a, could the two of you actually like get together, and just, have a few laughs, just talk about things, talk about work. She wants that. And I get the sense you don't want that at all. So like she's trying to create a harmony with you, but it's like she's just not like like when she tries to connect with you, you become more and like more like you even more you become like not interested. Um, so yeah, that it's because like you said some the magic word. Like I have like really involved a lot. Like the involution, I really have grown a lot. Like and I have like you have perfected. Growing is a good uh, like good thought to focus on. Good thoughts, because like you said, now you're in a group. That's growth. You're growing. Like you're growing. You're entering to new spaces. There's your career is continuous. That is growing as well. Your influence, on social media is growing. You are growing. Like sometimes we say, I'm growing. It feels like I'm growing as a person, as a human being. It feels like like what was I before I was growing? Was I not, grown enough? But when we think of it in terms of no, you're growing as in your life, your tree is getting bigger. You already had a big tree, big, beautiful, and fruitful tree, but now it's becoming even more lush. Maybe there's other signs of sprouting of trees, around the big one, that they're starting to gain life. You're starting to see signs of even more life. So that's what that means. Specifically, this is to work. So she uses like the works of like dynamics in order to get you both in the same space. Like be a part of Marika's group. So yeah, so I'm there. You have to acknowledge me. So that's what, and she's definitely trying to do this before the new year. So you might occasionally run into her. I can only imagine, like especially like in November, you might keep like having these run-ins. Like by the way, it'd be early November. Early November. Mm-hmm. She may kind of cool it. You may have this feeling like she has something to ask you or that she wants to talk with you, like throughout yeah, October. Throughout October, you're like, gosh, why does she keep popping up in my mind? It's like thinking about a person before they call and then they call. It's like, what does she want? Because you're, in particular, you don't want to speak to her. But then early November happens, and now she's, like bumping, like you're running into her, now, like, oh gosh, we're, at this event, and she chose out of, to do anything else. Nope, she wanted to talk to me. So it's very much that she's trying to become a symbol in your world. Hmm. I'm feeling like she's trying to hang out specifically. Like, what is she trying to do? I mean, I'm skipping ahead on some things. Yep, October. Yeah, a lot of this is October stuff. No, she's November stuff, because it's mid October and the first 2 weeks of November. That's the same uh, month, basically. So it's like early November. It's the first 2 weeks of November at least, but the first week I even. But yeah, she's trying to become somebody in the waking world. And she does want to. Okay, her intentions. I'm not saying that she's shifted and made all these necessary changes to where you be open to her. It just feels like she's just trying to make those connections happen, regardless if she has changed or not. It's not even about a change for her. It's just I just will use the tools here and get us in the same space where we can where we can talk. Then we can talk and go back and forth from there. That's what she's trying to do. And yes, and also, um, she would also use a tool such as, well, we're working on the same projects together, or we're doing an event together. So it's linking you to interact more or less. But yes, I mean you can benefit from it, on on the technical front, because she's using the tool for she and you to interact. So you may not care much for her, but you end up, well, I guess I'll do it because I mean I'll get something from it. But the same that then it's but you have to interact with her, and not when that was what it was for, intended. Hmm. So that's her intentions. She does bring something, but she does require something as well. So it's not. She doesn't give me the feeling like. So is she trying to stop me or block me or cause a scene or anything like that? Be disruptive. I would say her intentions is to use those favorable moments, to so that maybe you'll see her different, like as a friend. But no, but without the changes though. That's not her goal. Okay. Mm-hmm. Right. Absolutely. And you probably could still acquire these opportunities, whether you speak to her or not. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 That is the case. We read about this and we knew that, and that we were utilizing the tools of metaphysics to prepare you psychically for this. Uh, like you say, right now you're standing in your gold shoes, your slippers. You're standing in your gold shoes right now. You're seeing through the delusion, with the illusion, this illusion. You're seeing right through it. You're seeing straight to the reality, what is real and what is not. With Marika's situation specifically. When I said your gold shoes, I mean the one about your dream, where when you put on your shoes and you're able to stand on those in those shoes. Okay, so you have them on. You are wearing them right now, because yes, she brought you to okay, so we wanted you to think about the idea that you created your own uh, platform, that you would think of yourself as a platform, and you're bringing your platform to to their marketing strategy project that allows for them to do these engagements, by the way, and speaking engagements and so forth, that you can do on your own, including you have a base to market to already individually on your own. Hence, you have a platform already, because we knew that okay, now that you're welcome to the table, right, with Marika and the team, and they're saying, hey, so we're doing this PR thing, but of course, like you said before, you said the magic word. She says, I already know what she's gonna do. She's using me. Just all she wants to do is just use me. She wants me. Why are they bringing me into this? We don't even interact. We don't even talk socially. It's like, oh, because she wants to use me. She wants something from me, meaning you have something that she can get. You have the something. But we wanted you psychically to know exactly what it is that you have, because that is your power, and that's, well, it's your power, but it's your lever. It is your lever. And so, yes, and of course, when they began to realize that Rebecca doesn't even need us, and that's very true. You're doing things, they're gonna see you. We knew that she would see what you're doing on your own, what you could accomplish by yourself, individual. I mean, individually. But it's good, know that. Well, it's like you actually sat with them, like you were a part. You gave them, even knowing all this that we just said. You still gave them a chance. You gave them a chance to do something different. Of course, some things. That's why we say some things are just set in stone, and we have free will. Like you have the free will to, okay, though that's set in stone, but how you respond and react, that's all free will. And but with the knowledge, the beforehand information, that you have a platform already, you're attracting people. What they're trying to do, you were doing it before they asked you to come join them. So, and we knew that because it was the intentions not were not beneficial for you, that it would turn around and be something bad later, malevolent. It's like something darker. Because before it was like, yeah, we're all here, we're all good, we're cozy, and there's like, I still don't trust this. They're being all like, like liking me up, getting close, and now all of a sudden, now you're thriving. Now you're not allowed to play. It's like you're too good. Like you're the one you're too good at it. You're like, oh no, this is like, give us a shot. Give somebody who, like who hardly ever does this. You get to do talks all the time. Give somebody else a try. So it's like, well, what was this all for? If we all can't, if we're not all allowed to participate. So it's like a trying to be fair sometimes. They say this, when it's not completely merit based, then it becomes unfair to people who they set, like you set out to get noticed, and you go through great lengths, and you even raise the bar onto yourself. You even, like, you raise the standard in which you follow to get recommended, for speaking engagements, and even to have your articles shared, and to view, people, to your readers. You raise the bar. You're harder on yourself than the rules regulates, suggests. Like you had a few extra rules yourself, hence, the 3 bar patriot, right? So you're already prepared for this fact, this finding, You know, we were expecting it was just a matter of time. So that, but they said through this time though, it was more like, yeah, they would say, yeah, you can come and do a talk, but what we really wanted was the energy. They said, well, what is it going to do for you? That was the whole point. Okay, if you already have a platform, you already can do speaking engagements and acquire these, like lockdown engagements and be asked, to do, writing, and you have people reaching out to you, Rebecca, then what does this give to you? It's not so much that they just give you extra new channels. It's not just that, which it could do, but it also energetically aligns you with opportunity. So we just really needed to tap into its energy, which that was a success that would bring about these other directions, such as like on our journey to becoming silk, to match it to real life. On our journey, becoming silk, joining the A group, getting even more notoriety, so, and you're getting an infinite channel of ways in which to, as you say, PR to readers or people who are going to maybe see you live in or maybe on a video, or like the speaking engagement, and etc. So this is done. I mean, you've done that part. So you're getting out of it what you needed, like for yourself to benefit from. If you had to, if you say, well, I'll go to the meeting and see what it's about, and then we, of course, we read everybody. We read around the table, including we read Marika Energy, of course, and I never, you never, you particular, like the guides say what they say, but even you have never given me the idea that she had made like a change. Like even if she did something nice here and there, we always looked at it like, still keep one eye open, and don't put her in the out of sight, out of mind, for sure. But yes, her true, I guess, ways are coming out, because yeah, she's starting to see you as the competitor that you are. The first time I remember we read, and you were like, "Why is she looking at me? Why is she kind of? Why you say she's jealous of me? Her numbers are this and that." She's like, she knows you. You'll see. Like you when your numbers are going to grow, that means you're going to advance, and she sees that. She sees what you're able to accomplish, what your potentials are, and it does get under. It does bother her. It bothered her then, and it bothers her now. But she comes across as we said that her totem is a bear cub. He says she comes to you across like a bear cub. Oh, nice as a bear cub. But then, then these moments happen where she's not very friendly. Like, what I mentioned that too is, you said like in terms of like, I guess you meant like in following and popularity, that she's doing quite well. And I said, and I'm saying, and she's why she doesn't have to be, intimidated by me or jealous of me, or even admire me. She has more to me. Why is she taking the time to acknowledge you? In if that's the numbers on what it says on the paper, but it says you'll see, like, because the potential and what's coming to you is, you're going to grow, and as you're moving, she's going to watch you ascend up the list. And yes, and she is, her feelings kick up, and we get what you were getting today is now that it's 2025, it's September, and this is her now. This is her energy. Hmm. Yeah. She's out right now. At least right now, she's out for herself. Hmm. 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 Right. Hmm. Right. 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 So what I can see is you're you are Aries and Leo's best friend right now. They are looking after you, and you're inspired. We said that there will be times in which you will have, in a healthy way, rebel or go opposite direction. They actually are entertained. This is kind of exciting. It's a to be in this path, doing something that is unusual, that gets a rise out of people, but in a right for a just cause, for a good reason, a purposeful, out of sense of duty. And then it allows you to take action. This is also a very action moment, so it's not likely they're going to halt the action of you going. They see you as more of someone who can help them. Like you seem to be necessary. You're meant to be there. Hard worker. They don't think that you are acting out of like malice. They don't get that vibe from you anyway. They don't see you as a like a risk, like, oh, you're just too risky. They don't see you as that. They're quite comfortable with you. In fact, manifesting right now, you're part. Okay. So when you're manifesting and your life is advancing, and there's faces, specific faces you expect to be, or you hope that are going to be there, and you're one of the, like, you yourself, you're meant to be there. They want you there. You're good energy. Now, as a person, they also say that you're good, like you're a good person as well. I don't think they see um, the shade, that we all have. They're not really looking at that part, like looking at what is fault, or looking at what is a risk, and whether if you're endangering, or going to take away, from their experience. They don't see you as such. They see you more like hard worker and growing yourself, and they're very comfortable with you, and they'd be more relaxed with you being, keep staying invited than like disinviting you. Like you're meant to be there, and manifesting, like they're meant. You're you there means they're manifesting their reality is becoming real, or their dream is becoming manifest. And you're one of the person when they look around and they are, receiving, extra accolade. They're seeing you like, with your hopes and expectations for your future there. They see you there. You're in the light as well in this energy. So I would say that this is part of, it's a soul tribe. This is part of this energy with the people here. We're just looking at their energy. It's like everybody here belongs. It's energetically, it's a lot of light here. Um, but I also felt that this path that you're on, it feels right. It feels right. Um, no, there's this path connected to, whether if they will disinvite you to the from the event based on the post they've read, but your actions in like writing the post, attending where you want it, attending events where you want it, like this one particularly, you are wanted. You're desired to be there. That's what I meant. You're on the right path. The actions you took, that brings you to this understanding that you're experiencing today. You were meant to experience that, because this was you have the most active, fiery, extroverted sign saying they're all about action. Like, let's do this, right? Especially when they unify. They're challenging to get together, but when they make up their mind, who's gonna drive? It's a done deal. I mean, you're going on that road trip, and it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be exciting, a thrill, and that's you. You're on this road trip, this journey, and yes, there's people who, well, maybe you should just stay behind. Don't take a chance. But you have all of the elements here to say, it's okay. Sometimes you have to step out on life, and sometimes you have to take the first step. When life doesn't step to you first, sometimes you have to take this first step, and like you have that kind of spirits around you right now. So you're definitely doing the right thing by, like, you've taken the action, which was, I wrote that article and I pressed send. That was the action, but now you're standing in that action. Like to stand in that truth is an action. So although it's maybe intimidating, right? Or we're on high alert. I was mentioning that earlier. I was saying that right now, in this strange climate of energy, it felt like, as desensitized as we are, even below the surface, we're highly anxious. Like, we're looking about, we're suspicious right now. Everyone is like, I want to be caught off guard. And we're careful who's around us, who we are around. So yeah, you have that going on, but that's a universal thing, and it's okay. But I'm here to let you know that you also have this energy that says, I was supposed to, you know, acknowledge that I wrote that post and stand by it. Definitely don't delete it, and know that, regard, like Marika, as she's finding fault in what I'm doing, okay, she's not, like, sound like she may be making it into something personal, and maybe other people are like, Rebecca, wrote this post, but at the same time, it's like, I'm supposed to say, yes, I wrote the post, and but I didn't. It wasn't intentionally to harm anyone. It was with good intention, and it's to raise awareness, and it allowed me to show a different side to for females, to women, and then I'm going to the event if you'll have me. That's it. Like, I'm supposed to acknowledge, yeah, I wrote this, and I'm not changing a word, and and I'm going to, well, I can still make it to the event. Okay, so you're not going to, like, lose it on me here. Okay, wonderful. And then you're gonna go to this event, and you're gonna feel very much like soul. Everything is soul connected, and everything is light. Here, everything is in the light. Um, and you're gonna feel like, okay, I did the right thing then. Like, you're there to help. They see you as there to help. I did mention that as well. You're like, they see you as someone who be more, like, apt to helping than, like, tearing people down, and like that. Like, what people you're thinking, are they thinking that I have changed or something after having read my article, read my post? They're like, no, we know Rebecca will help you. Like, she'll work with you. She's easy to work with. She manages well. Like, they see you as a professional, and they see you as a good person generally. Like, they don't think of you, oh, by this article you must be mean spirited. They don't see you like that. They see you as somebody who would be more, you like, out of the two, mean spirited or would help you. They see you as more like, if they needed something, they do believe that you would help them. And now that they're speaking professionally, they would say they could work on a project together, and you be paid, and they'd be just fine. With the common goal to win. That's how they see you. They have a respect for you. They do believe you have integrity. Like they mentioned earlier, that they see you as a hard worker. That's how they see you. Yeah. So they don't. It's not risky. They put more bets on you than take bets away from you. Like, to work with you or not, they bet on you. They say, it's probably best to work with Rebecca, rather than opposed to, well, how she gets sometimes. Maybe I can work with somebody else. Instead, they say no. We're gonna work with Rebecca. Hmm. That's when it comes to, like how do you want to, if like fire or ice. They're like, that's like Scorpio energy. Like it's like very well balanced powers here. The risk, you'd be like the best bet. The perfect bet would be, let's work. Let's get ask Rebecca. Allow her to quote us, and we'll work on the assignment, and we'll win this project. And they would be comfortable with that decision. They wouldn't second, like, oh, I'm kind of having thoughts. I had to sleep on it. That like they're very comfortable with the idea. Like you are coming to the event. It's manifesting. Yeah, manifesting the event. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Right. I believe that's probably why he was carved out of this one. I keep seeing a woman. I see a lady, more involved, like the recipients today. The recipients who just stepped into the Silk Road, were taking on the Silk Road recently. I'm seeing this coming from them. He must doesn't have a say in this, but his mind isn't even on that, on whether if you or need to be there or not. He's not even meditating if your presence is there or not. You're just there. He's not, and he's being how he is. How he's going to represent himself, but he's not speaking to this subject. Like you said, he's not involved in the decision whether you're there or not. But it's expected that this is the event. Um, but it also aligns you with your path to becoming silk. I know it's you had dreams, um, um, I forget. Oh my gosh, I can't think of her name right now. But no, no, not her. Well, you had dreams about her too, but I meant yeah, the other lady, Marika's energy is not involved in this. It's probably why I can't think of her name. She's part of Silk. You've had dreams of Silk, but that's you becoming Silk. And so, okay, so I'm making a comparison that this group is aligned with you becoming Silk. You're supposed to be the road to Silk. This is your part of your journey. Like you're supposed to be around, like, okay, so you're advanced in your profession where, although not being silk, well now or not, it used to topic it would be, although you're not silk or in the A group, you're expected to be in these groups. Now you are A group, and now you're expected to be, amongst A group members and silk members. So you're supposed to be at these types of events. The other thing is, this is a time where a group of people made a decision and they've already come up with an agreement. So it's already agreed as a sole group that the resolution is you're going to be a part of. It's like the solution that goes forward from all of us. So you're part of the decision in a collective to be in this space. But this space is also your path towards silk. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Right. It feels like this is a warning. Like, be careful, who you partner with, who you are going to be around. The swing sets that represents connections, like a crossroads is a crossroads. It represents life, but also to place your trust in someone. But it's someone who you're not sure of at the moment. You're not sure who this trust is. They're saying be careful. There's some untrustworthy souls you're going to encounter. And it could be that they're setting it up to fail, like self sabotage, or welcome sabotage into your experience with them. Like I would like we sign up and it's like we were never meant to succeed. They already had it in mind that we would fail, but it's like, then why did they bring us on if we were just going to fail? Because, well, the whole point was to let you go all the way and then fall anyway. It's like, who has time to think of that? But it felt like you're putting your trust in some, like, well, be careful. Now it's a warning has happened. Putting our trust in someone, and in the arms of fate. Your fate, your destiny. Your fate and your destiny are in your hands. That's okay. So you tested the waters before plunging into it completely. Wasn't what you were looking for. It snapped. The bolts came out. It's like, well, can't swing on that. But that spider, asking you to remember this, write it down, and spinning substances to create web. And but I get the sense that this is also kind of like emotional as well. It's reflecting like how this engagements of people who we're not winning with can be a distraction from our focused thoughts. So like spending in bed, kind of like, be careful who we make partners out of, who we lie in bed with, in that sense of like partnership. And then spending substances that's used to create web, but it's not really focused on the creating the I mean, like, skill. Spin a web with skill, but it's like taking ink and try and just drawing, like trying to like scratch something or draw or map out, write something, and it's not making sense, not coming together. It feels like it was a bit, but this is also in a bed, so it's happens within a partnership. Not Kevin though, but it's like this feels very much like a partnership that we'd agree to with an associate of sorts, somebody who we would have to trust, somebody who's asking us to be a partner, like as in working on something together, or something that's originally to, you signed up to do it together, but it's not working, or it feels like it's going to be sabotaged in some way. But they did say that you're ahead of it. It hasn't happened yet. So it's like, just be careful of who you align with. So far, the people we've worked with, we know who they are. We've identified them. And yeah, so there's some people who you're meant, there's no, they're there because they're there to help you, or you're helping them. They're safe. So you have a lot of people right now, currently, the ones today, who are safe, for you to make connections with. But this feels like somebody's going to, approach you and, make a suggestion and say, well, maybe like look into it, but then it not be something that you would favor. That's not favorable for you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm, mm, okay. Mm-hmm. Mm, mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right? Absolutely. Absolutely. Right. Um, okay, so all right. Let's clear out Marika. Okay, Marika is somebody as one you can't trust, but I believe it's somebody else as well. That because Marika is deliberate. This is somebody you haven't met. They haven't not been recognized yet. Marika's already identified. Right. Not Paul. Oh, well, we're gonna get to her. We'll come back to her. I'll skip to the last piece just to clear Marika's situation out of the way because something there's going to be a change. The woman who's Greek who's addressing, she's she's not very attentive along the path. And you're on the escalator, like as things progress. Escalators mean progressing, moving up. As you're moving up, or in transcending also means moving up. That's why we changed. Transition can mean just stepping over to the side. We're going to get to her, but we yes. I'm sorry. Okay. No, got you. Escalators mean, okay, so transition means you can step over to the left, step over to the side, step forward, step backwards, right? Transcendence means going up, right? So that's what escalators mean, but they don't want you to focus. Marika is distracted, right? She's talking to this Greek lady. It's telling you that your transition or your transcending, right, is taking you out of Marika's path. You're saying that the escalator is going down, right? It's kind of like the wheel of fortune. What goes up must come down. The wheel of fortune, like a wheel. Okay, so it goes. The wheel is turning. Where if you put a little red mark on it, it's going up, and then it goes around, and now it's going down. You keep turning, right? So it's like that relationship is dissolving, just like you're suspecting. So we know Marika. She's cleared. I mean, meaning when I mean cleared, we know what she's about. Not that she was cleared her name, but we know she's not. She's bad news, and this part of the dream, like makes it like effectively. Your journey is guiding you in a different direction than along the journey. You walked with Marika as far as you could go. You're going up. She's on her way going down in her path. That's not you going down. She's going. I know in the dream it's like you both are descending, but you're going up. Your free will is to go up. You're going up towards a very specific goal. Your goals don't meet. She is going down. Her journey with you is coming to an end. It's being rerouted. She's no longer focused on you completely. So yeah, she's becoming even more self-absorbed and focused on other things, other people. That's what that means. Okay. Now back to the friend. The friend is yes, her stuff is so too distracting. Okay, so the friend is somebody I believe you can trust. I believe you can trust this friend. I believe that you did have, okay, so the list that was just supposed to be you on it, that's letting you know that she was supposed to come back to you. And then all of a sudden, all these people were there, and then it got, then the fire happens, it gets canceled, and now she's returned back to you like originally planned. So like your original plan to meet is probably the better time to meet. Like the day you suggested. Like, oh well, guess what? No, it's like this is confirmation that you both are supposed to meet. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Mm. See, now I'm glad you brought that up because that's the feeling I got about reading her today was that she's coming off, like trying to come off as such, but it's not, like warm and fuzzies. But it's like she is trying so hard or so much, right? Trying to be accepted, but she just cannot shake that need, to be kind of like to overbear, or to be in control. That she's using the tool of like the social tools of being like being warm and being, what they call it, open-minded and approachable. She's using the tools because she wants to have that tie and connection with you so much, so badly. Hmm. It's like this. People set out and then they're thinking that, oh, this will be good for Rebecca, but they end up having the greatest of the lessons. They end up learning. She's going to end up, if she does have any spending time with you, any valuable time with you, she's going to have learned so much. She's going to have overcome so many of her own lessons, more so than like, oh well, she's here to show, teach you something about, working with others. And no, it's she has some lessons to learn through this activity. Like she's like doing this for you, like I'm gonna just for you because I think it'll be good for you if we make connections, and then when you get to know me, you realize I'm not a bad person. But then she ended up having the greatest of the lessons of all in the end. Like, oh, I've learned a lot by working with Rebecca. Like like for example, she's making these attempts to come across to you, and that is warm and it's a little bit more welcoming. In that context, is that what I get the sense? Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. So right. So okay. So earlier I mean, he kind of gave it away a little bit, but with this fresh approach, it's like this. You you end up working with like the by default working with Aparna just by default. I mean, if you weren't working with her, it's because you didn't allow it to happen, and you would have to like quite like in a very straightforward way, in a conscious way, not work with her, decide not to work with her, and just so that it just wouldn't happen naturally. In other words, this path guides you, is guiding you where she will have the opportunity to work with you, and of course it will be beneficial. But they did say this: whether you gain opportunity, which is not the, I know it's not the question you asked, but they said even if you don't work with her in the same space, and even if she's physically present, which she will be, you still get opportunities for work. But that's, I know that's not the question. The question is, but will I work with her? I get the sense that um, guides are saying that that you might pass her up because it's something about, it's like she's not, like you're not, something you're not getting directly from her. It's like I'm hearing words like, well, I'm not doing this because she won't, Perna won't pay you, won't pay, right, like it's not like the reward is not coming through Perna's hands. She's there. Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, okay, okay. Right. Well, we were okay. So I heard a Perna's name before I went in. That's why I was only focusing on. I switched the conversation to a Perna when I heard her name. Earlier, before that, I was talking about Paula. When I mentioned about meeting up, how the importance of it is okay. So the difference between Paula and Aparna, we'll make use of both of the subjects. So the difference between Aparna and Paula, a Paula, you should work with her. There's signs in the dream that say you should actually work with Paula. With Aparna, it doesn't, whether you choose to work with her or not, you're still gaining opportunities. And it's like, but then I saw, like you're mentally, like in the astral realm, you sent a very powerful, like you sent a message and you said, you told me the reason why you won't work with Aparna because Aparna is not, she's not, she's not giving you something. She's not the one who pays you. She's not giving you the permission to work or whether to work or not work. She doesn't have a hand in that. She's just there, and she's there as in for herself. If you do work with her, and you're getting opportunities anyway. Whether she's there or not, or whether she talks to you or you talk to her or not. So it doesn't really make any sense because I was looking more that you would work with her, that you would consider it, but you told me straight, you sent me a powerful signature and you said, no, I will not work with Aparna because Aparna is not paying me. She's not that out of spite, like I won't do this because she's not. Why? It's like, why would I work with her? I don't really have a reason to work with Aparna if I don't want to even, and maybe not even talk with her even about it. But she's going to try to use that to get into the same space as you. But Paula is different, the one who you're focused on right now. Paula, the dream said it would be beneficial. In fact, it's like that place was canceled so that Paula could meet you. But it was said in the dream that your name is on a list, and all of a sudden there were other people on the list, and then that cancel. It's like, well, it was canceled, and then the list was revealed. So it was like these meetings that for these people that they was going to meet at this conference, that is something that was like a contract that is dissolved. Like the Akasha contract is like, they say break a contract. That contract to meet with them is split, but the contract with you still holds. So and there's a saying that right. In fact, it goes on to say, like a meeting with her, your original plan is beneficial for you. Okay. So there's two different languages for like different, totally different language from a Pernus energy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. 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 Yes, definitely. We love those. I mean, you go in there's one of those for breakfast or dinners, and they always have great beverages. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And very nice people, like the like people who are going to wait on you. Very kind, very very respectful, attentive. Mm-hmm. Mm. Oh, you're painting the picture for me. I'm just sharing in. Mm. Right. Right. Okay, that's what I'm meaning. Like my thoughts were like especially like as you're like an older person, maybe retired or like just before like taking a break from work or on the way to work, you're older and you go in there and you sit down and all you want is a friendly face, kind words, and someone to it's like pour you a cup of coffee, warm hot cup of coffee, that kind of situation, like you said, warm, where people just can come and soul connect and you see somebody across the way and you like it just kind of like people watch and like hey wave and whoever's sitting in the other booths or the tables, couples even, is yeah, absolutely. This is so close to the train station where people travel spiritually through these channels. Okay, through across the dimensions. You have people through the train station. By the way, you always dream. I know you hate it when I say this. You always dream, Rebecca, so close to the spirit part of it, the spirit travel part. it's the you're so close. You're always like it's like maybe like you're always like in the garden, and then it's like, well, if you go like to over there to the next maybe near so further out to the road, you would actually be in the spirit travel section. So it's like you're always very close. But that's what that cafe means. Is the cafe is there, as you say, souls to meet, a meeting place. Mm-hmm. It's a meeting place. But that train, for example, is very specific because that does represent and where these how these souls reach these places. I mean, if they're there, they're not just waiting for nothing. They arrive there within, for some reason, whatever the reason is. Hmm. Um. Well, the okay. So this one's a bit strange because they can be people from just other realms, completely other realms, but they can be as stranger to you as if you were walking up up the hill, and there are people who you'll never really talk to. They're just on about their own lives. So yeah, so sometimes it could be those folks. So you got to distinguish whether they're like passing spirits, passing by spirits, or if like actual people you're going to meet from people who are just traveling from other places and meet and like hanging out with you. And we met other places. You also have to consider maybe other timeline or dimensions and reality. Because some people you might say, I've never seen that person at all before. There's a completely different person, not even, at a glance, I would never notice that person. That might be a totally different person, totally different, whatever is going on with them. Um, you're definitely in a meeting place. That's what this is. This space. It's a meeting place, like an in between. Like we still consider what you're doing to be traveling, but when I meant by you're so close to traveling, I mean like becoming aware that you are traveling. Right now, it's like you're guided. That feeling of being guided, kind of like when we're in alpha state. They say like if you like going to the airport and you just follow the signs and you just you just let them guide you to where you're going, sort of. So, you hear your name called, or you hear, oh, that's directions where to go. It's kind of like that. You're in alpha state, sort of bit, just kind of like flowing, but then you're so close to where you're because wait a minute, Wait a minute, I'm in bed. Like when did I come here? When did my room change? And you realize, oh, this is not my room. And you're like, wait a minute, I'm talking to myself in my dream. So yeah, I think I'm dreaming. Yeah, I am dreaming. So that type of situation. You're so close. You're very close to that. But that's what this place means. That you're at the cafe with all these things carrying on. You're in a place in between. Like people are preparing for their next destination, new experiences. This is a place where, sometimes like people, right, who say, okay, so future wise, there's going to be a location, there'll be a fly on the wall, and, there'll be a table, and there'll be, conversations and all about what's going on, with the game, and so those, like, kind of like preparing for the next scene. Of course, usually when you have these, it's because you're creating an agreement. So that means something like socially must be pretty important enough where you have to agree everyone to kind of map out where they're going to stand on stage. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Okay. Oh yes, yes. To hold them together, hold it together. Correcting. Mhm. Correct the ripping. Mm. Okay. Mm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Mhm. Right. Mm. Oh wow. Well, the reading illustrates the dreams. The dream illustrates like you've got you're shopping and you're shopping with intention. You're helping a friend. You're trying to just do the right thing. You have a spirit guide there, kind of guiding you. Like here, let me help you. And then being judgy. Like wait a minute. Manners. You're correcting that person, and then it totally like starts to do this whole weird turnaround where you're having to contemplate like real stuff that's happening with you in the waking world. I get the sense that it represents how you're spending it does represent, no doubt, like how you're spending your time. Like stay focused, stick to your plans. I believe you already have a schedule, you already have your plans, but it's like to stick with your original ones, like not allowing people to it's not allowing people to change it, but also people giving you the ability to shape your like the way that you're doing business. So it's like you like what do you call it? Like okay, so they take you hand them the binder, and then they're filling in what they want on it, but you're like, give that to me, I'll fill it out. And then now you're in charge of it. And you're telling them, like you said, insert this correction, write it like this. This is the correction I want, or change it differently, make it different than other than this. This is this one sentence or one part that I take up issue. It needs to be different, something close like this is what it is, the truth what as you it was something to that effects. So it feels like you are they say like holding on to this binder. Yellow, like earth yellow tones, that's associated to Mercury. Red is associated with Mars. Mars and Mercury are working together. This is intellect, but also very like very focused thoughts. Behind it is abundance of energy to follow up with those thoughts. So you're sharp and you're not missing a beat, and you're saying like I'm straight, right to the point, poignant. I'm very poignant. This is the one. This sentence right here. You like letting them know. And so this is good, actually. It's a good dream, but this puts you in charge. Like you took charge for the friend. You set up the friend energetically. That's definitely like fire energy support. You confronted the one. Even confrontation is this is a fiery dream. That's what it means. It means that you're looking after people. You're looking after others. Although they do not know you, your friend maybe didn't catch on to what was being said. So but you were like, I'm gonna, even though they may not, the readers may not know that I'm, you know, making these changes. They may not think about it, but I'm doing it simply because out of a sense of duty, it's just the right thing to do. That's the vibe. That's what this means. It means that you're taking on the accountability, and people, what do you call it? They don't get to manage you or event or set up your events. Like you have some there's people who will manage you, right? Like handlers or somebody, or like a manager who's going to manage your time, tell you what you're going to do. Like not you. Like you say, well, a PA person, it's going to be someone you tell do this, do that, and then they're expected to do it, but you're like, nah, I'm just going to just fill this out myself. I feel safer if I just write down what I want, how I want to see happen, the corrections I want placed, and what order it all happens in. That's you. Yep, it's coming. I keep getting colors that represent Mercury. I see Mars. I recognize Mars involvement, but I'm getting, even from the conversations with the either precocious Indian girl who's attending to, to, your, as you're shopping and you have your friend there. I keep seeing the colors that represent Mercury, which is to me that represents particularly Virgo, by the way. So I get the sense that you're highly tapped in, even right down to the binder. That's my point. Right down to the binder. Of course, it's associated with scribing or writing. That's definitely 1,000% Mercury. That's all. That's all what this dream is really is. It's saying that you're in charge of your thoughts, and you don't allow other people to tell you what you're thinking or to like manage your thoughts. So it's like you're giving yourself the, I guess, the right to like manage the way what you're comfortable with, time, events, the way that things flow. It's kind of like your position. It's like it's not like they hired you to do this, or that they're doing this out of just out of the kindness of their heart. They're doing it to be paid. Like, well, if I'm paying you, then that makes me actually your boss. And you're like, oh, okay. So what would you like us to do for you? Like well, I'm paying, or an investor, at least an investor. If not a boss, no, we work for ourselves and not a boss. Okay, well, investor, we do work for you. Fine, an investor. Like, I mean, you're investing in a project. In return, they're going to write the article. You're saying, but I'm not very pleased with some things are just not correct. If you could correct this, it'll be perfect. So it's like, okay, well, they want to be they want the investment to go through, right? They want the money to go through, so they probably should make those changes. So it feels very much that I'm just saying it that serious so that you think of it as you are you took the scheduler, the scheduler, you took it from there away from them, and you're saying, here, let me fill it out. Hmm. Mm. Yep. Okay. Yes. One, two, three. Oh, yep, that's right. Wow. Yep, it is. Yeah. Yes. This dream is also the realm of fertility. If we want to be Rome, this is Venus. This is our time in the garden, in the Venus's garden. If we're in the tarot language, in the higher arcana, this is the garden of the Empress, and it's fertility, and it's a feminist sign, feminine sign. It's the sign of motherhood, women, women, but women in the sense of it hadn't started talking about like women as like the house yet. So it's not that far along, but definitely contemplation of raising a house. But the essence of women is what this symbol means. It's beautiful. So now that my favorite part, what I wanted to say to you, where you got my attention, I was wondering how far out into the dream world you had gone. This is called the outer skirts of the astral realm. You are in the garden. Well, to come think of, you do hang out in the garden a lot, but this is a very special, specific garden. This is where you are ready to go lucid. This is where lucid dreaming happens. This is where oh yeah, I was looking for lucid dream. I already said it. It's like lucid dream. It's like you're looking for your phone. You realize you have it in your hand. So yeah, lucid. You're familiar with lucid dreaming, right? Okay, but it hadn't happened yet. But this okay. So when we travel, we're on sound and light, right? That realm is sound and light. And not only is it sound and light, but it sings like the colors or flowers. They sing, they speak, but also they take like they taste. You know what I mean? Like you can taste color over there. So or yeah, you could take or leave it there. You could taste color. My whole point is that you were they sing, they communicate. So the flowers are communicating with you, which is by the way, again, that's sound and light. That's how they exist on sound and light. I mean, you're vibrating on sound and light in the astral realm. You're beginning to travel. I knew I brought it up for a reason. And then they were telling, of course, that's what they do. They are your spiritual guides, and they are angelic, and they're everything that we try to find words to express what they are over there. And from angel to, guides. And they do give you answers. Oh, one, two, three. Get to the one, two, three. What's that about? So, uh, okay, so one represents the first of one's kind, right? And then you have two that represents the duality. Like you said, you were going to tell you was debating, do I tell your partner about this or no? So then three represents that's the fertility. That's the one of creation. That is the where creation's like when the action of birthing creation coming things coming from out of the creation, the creator's source. It if you like the Celtic, yeah, it's the cauldron. If you get it, so it means that you're here. You can create new things. Also can represent, just generically, new beginnings. But you did get a lot of threes earlier, by the way. That's what I was seeing that you were getting new beginnings. So that's what that was a very short experience. So you're brushing up against very close. I know you're very hesitant about that journey, that part of the journey, but yeah, you're studying. You'll get there when you're ready. You'll start moving about, kind of like on your own in a way. But at least you got the message. They were very clear. They kind of like that's what they tend to do, by the way. Like like over there, like like flowers talking to you, like letting you know, hey, we just want to bring you to a nice. Okay, you like gardens. Okay, so you're in the garden. Well, we just want to like let you know we're here for you. No need to worry. If you need anything, just let us know. Yeah, we're your guides. We're gonna be your angels, and you can think of us as just being like a friend to you. Yes, our colors are bright and colorful and lovely, and wow, you can literally taste the colors in the air. They're basically saying, okay, so do you trust us enough to, or you can begin to get into some of the traveling bit on your own? So that's it. This is how they introduce themselves. Hmm. Like it's nothing to fear. You have nothing to fear. We're going to support you and look after you, which is all true. But they're a little bit of manipulation. Yep, they want you to participate. Yes. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Second argument. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Right. Yeah. But now, you've okay. So, but the gravity. You know that all of this is very real. This is not in our heads. I mean, I know they call it conspiracy, but this is very. These are. I mean, people act out of their own emotions, right? In very real ways. Whatever it is, it's only as real as we believe it, right? So I mean, it is very again, it is very real. You haven't lost your bearing, you haven't lost your mind, okay, and you don't sound, oh my gosh, here we go. UFOs are next. You don't sound. This is not bizarre to the least. It's so real. Like it just where you say, okay, let's can we just be real for a minute? Like when you go into these conversations, and it's something that as you would say, I've got to be very like you say, be very conscious of how I proceed. That's so correct because it's out in the open. They're no longer, as you said, these are even real words, and these words or these conversations. Excuse me, these conversations are out in the open. So it still feels kind of strange to speak about it out loud because you're like, is this even real? Until someone asks you a question regarding that these areas of life like far right political elements and that people in their emotions are actually acting on. They're acting on these emotions, whatever actions are. Like you said, you're in the role where they said you would emotionally begin to be pulled into these political corners that would reveal more of your personal um, ideas and conservative ones and otherwise, and maybe more liberated ones as well. But that are personal, to you. So it is going to. I mean, it is a challenge this time around because of that. Your connection to this situation. Um, yeah, they said it's going to be more personal. But over the next day and into the next week, it's fabulous that he's going away because you're going to be fully into your analytical space. You're going to want to go into this and right and take a little bit like a personal deep dive because that's what you have to do. You discover that okay, the world is really playing ball right now, so you kind of like when the sun goes down, you go kind of like start snooping and getting all the okay, what else do I need to know about all of this? Do a little bit of rabbit hole, lipping to the rabbit hole a little bit on your own. No one can see you. It's okay. Close the blinds, shut the door, but get to it. But yes, you definitely this upcoming week, this week that we're entering into is perfect for this extreme, like going deep into these this space of thought. It's because it's meant to grant you resolutions as well, how to resolve things. But it says but it's not just finding answers because you would have already done that like 3 weeks ago. You found personal answers. This is about having resolutions that go forward. Basically resolutions, and this is what we agreed to move forward with. This is what's on wheels. Yes. So it's that one. So this is the big one right here, like for the big win. So like if you like in terms of on the right side of on whichever side it is of history, like this is the one that you would say. So this one for me personally to do my part or play my part, play the role, my role. This is where it counts. It's like yeah. So this one is very like you said it's very serious and it's you're a little anxious about it. Is it because it's a big one? This is a big action for you. But I already foresee that you're playing this the right way. Like you're doing exactly what were called to do. You're following through with it actually. Um, right. The thing is, like you said, most importantly, when you created the first draft, I think you mentioned, um, you're not fully immersed into the analytical time frame, which but now you are. I mean, being that it's well, tomorrow's the first day of the 2 days to get beyond the cusp, where we're officially in, but. Now is better, like better now than later, or at least it the timing is not so far off. In fact, is I've noticed that we are very much in sync, like with times. Like he happens to be taking off while you're literally entering into the this week of being in the analytical space where like finding very important details will happen and be able to analyze and make that experience in your delivery special. It's going to make it one of a kind, and it's going to remember. It's going to be like amazing. Oh, people were. I'm also worried if they will have the right words or they come across too aggressive or not assertive enough. That's what the combinations are for. Like the Mars formula expresses that you're going to have the right words to share. The words you put on paper or write out, you will have the right words to say. The words will be right. But most importantly, that with being that it's Mars and Mercury, when you go in needing, but I need facts. I need to find, like words that will support what I'm saying is like that's also what you get. So you're able to get those facts and say it properly and make and meaningful. But yeah, the words you share will be powerful, but they'll be exactly what you needed to say to get your strongest points across. Like this is my approval, or this is why I'm standing in my truths. And but say it in a way that is powerful but accepted. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Hmm. Right. Right. Hmm. Right. Absolutely. So they said, okay, so I see deep ties, manifesting the lost. Okay, when we must make use of the opportunity, I believe more filings are to happen. That's because you're also operating. Well, you're reaching out across the fourth to the fifth dimension as well. Like fifth dimension is outside of like you're getting this information to someone, so you're making most use of the time work wise. Mm-hmm. Because they represent small challenges. These judges represent some challenges are there, but they said that you were able to like they said, lingering opportunities. But now you have time to explain it. Like there have some explainable things or like things to account for in your pursuits. You're able to also add definition. That gives you a little bit more control. Other than that, it's kind of allowing this to linger and just keep as is like being on the waiting list. I can't wait till they get call my number. So they said that it's like to be active and vitalize, revitalize. Definitely more added, like you said, filings for you. That's what we want to do. It's like active participation. You're very active in this journey, but that's the right path. Is what I can see. You're already connected. I see like positives about this, like favorable outcome. I just like there's just more that you want to do because there's more you can do. Hmm. Hmm. Right. I get Well, I get the sense that that's a great strategy, especially with your dream supporting, both of you working together and you, like you're encouraging your husband to put on the shoes or to purchase the shoes, and well, he said, well, he might as well just, meaning that he's agreeable. Like not only will he try them on, but he also maybe just buy a pair of his own. Not too much work. Like you said, from 12 to 14, why not? So it feels like it's a yes that you should, as you say, bring him into this, get him invested and involved, just because it's definitely along, the path of partnership. So this one's a strong yes that he would, do excellent with this project and something that he, you know, as you say, will love to do actually. Be be helpful. Yeah. Mm, yes, that piece. That is more of like the truth. Your husband able to see the truth before you explain. Do you like okay? If you tried to explain that George was over there with a malevolent facial expression, your husband would not believe you. He would say, "Oh, you're just saying things. It's a trick of the light." But now your husband can also see that. He's seen it for a while now. He since the wedding, he's seen the same the specific malevolent expressions that he overlooked through his heart, as the lens that you have been like forewarning him about with concerning George. Hmm. Like his connection, his ties, and talking with George and like or George looking at the situation of the lobby when in a malevolent way, like you're seeing. No, not you. Well, you've always seen, but Kevin engaging with George specifically. Kevin is seeing the sides of him that's standing out. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. She's avoiding something energetically. She's avoiding. She disconnected. That's the dark vibe. So okay, so we study. Okay, so eventually you start studying the antithesis of psychic energy, or that's associated. Okay, so psychic energy is based on desire, or so if it's desire, it's based on how much a person cares. Likewise, there's another energy, a darker energy, like you said, a darker energy, where people they their aim is not to is to care less. In fact, to not care at all, and that's also. But it's like a what they call it, like when like a distorted version of psychic. So it's anti feelings as a apathetic psychic energy rather than empathetic. So you can be an empath. Well, then doesn't mean a person can be an apath. There's like yeah, like apathetic. Yet like apath as a psychic, walk. It's like yes, yes, people practice that, and so, but she's not that. I don't believe, but the method of disconnect that we're specifically looking at, that which still put her in the psychic, in a psychic distorted space. It looked, but when they say it went dark or dark, literally that is a dark space because it's the astral space. That's why it's still psychic. The realm that they venture off to, well, guess what? Those of us who can look into, that's why I always say when you have me uh, ask if a person is truthful, I say, well, let's look into the astral realm because that's where everybody put all their stuff where they want hidden. When we think we're hiding our thoughts, this is where it goes. So what we have to do is just go to the astral space. We have access, and then we can find out what that person's intentions really are, what they're thinking, what they're saying, etc. So she went there, and that's why, of course, that literally in the dark, into space, astral space. But she was listening to everything you were saying. Okay, so that's one side of it. But then, okay, now this is another point is that she doesn't understand like the spiritual connection. She doesn't understand the mystery of things. Like you see things in the invisible world that she doesn't understand yet. Like right now, like she's the one that okay, you see a house that is quite active. She'll see just a house. hmm Like I just don't. Well, I just don't want to hang out in an abandoned house. But she wouldn't ever think, oh, because I don't know what spirits linger in that abandoned house. She's not thinking like this is spiritually affected or tainted. She's thinking, no, it's just gonna be dusty in there. It's what if I step on a nail, or what if I get, I'm just going someplace where I shouldn't be. So that's how she would phrase it. So she doesn't have the depth of understanding of like this is a saga when you bring up these two people and then David and Nikki, and then when you bring up France, when you bring up the all of that, this is a saga of its own. This is an entire book. So she's like coming in the middle of the story. It's everyone is on the edge of their seats. All the popcorn is nearly ate, and she's trying to make sense of what we're all watching. She doesn't get it. So she's just there, disconnected from it all. But she's hearing, like she's listening to see what you say next. But like certain things, like people who are not connected, as you say, see or not ready, or they're not just at all seeing anything invisible. That's what they do. It's like they check out, kind of like I'm going to ignore this part. Like I don't want to be awake. I don't. I'm going to pretend like you're not talking, or pretend like it's like they're looking forward and they're looking into nothingness. Kind of like ignoring. I'm just going to ignore it, and then they connect with you on something that is 3D world, 2D, 3D. Like okay, I get it. Keep it 1D. 1D, that means okay, now it's telling me goodbye. But like 2D, keep it very 2D, keep it three, like don't even get too much in 3D. Don't tell me what's going on, what's around the corner in the 3D. I don't want to know. So I've learned to like kind of listen for when people are not, not there. They're just not there. Doesn't mean they don't have a journey. Not they're not going to talk about the fact that you actually have soul, well, you had soul ties, that they've been soul mates like many times over. You know them in ways that she could never even dream of knowing them. And you've also recently uh, ripped up the contracts. So no more soul contracts with them. So she doesn't know these depths. So she just thinking, well, I'm just talking to, kind of like our innocence. I'm just talking to two human beings. We're all are human, we all, you know, have to have responsibility. She's just looking at them like that, more so than, making plots and things, and seeing if they can start some kind of spirit ritual. Or she's just visiting them, just as people, in other words. So she doesn't see any implication what it means when she creates ties. And these people are just as you say risky as somebody who's intentional in their interaction with. with the invisible world, like going to go see Nikki and David, and clearly there's an issue psychically, spiritually, physically with them, considering what they were trying to accomplish with her dad. Which means that she's only seeing them at that, from a very like two-sided, one-sided version, right? Not 3D. Not in the 3D, not like as in she hasn't got to the so like you would see her slipping out of the conversation the moment you start saying, well, you do know that what they tried to get your dad, like entangled in some legal things, and actually they actually accomplished that. It's just that we were, I mean, I mean, like, hey, but luckily we do this for a living, you know. It's and so, but now she would start to slip out of the conversation, like the moment you put something like that heavy, so she can't even handle the basic spiritual stuff, like money affects your your wellness. It can disrupt relationships because you were long term friends, and they were actually considered friends, close friends of the family. They're very close, were with your husband, so nothing that you would probably wouldn't do for them and have done so much for them already. But so she wouldn't even begin to have that conversation, let alone interested in knowing what that conversation is. So, but but this gives you context of when I say, okay, yes, you still we keep an eye on her, but she genuinely doesn't have. At least she's not stirring the pot over there. Yeah, but it's good that in her own little she has her times with you where you see some like being kind towards you, being respectful, and that her gentleman, I want to call him the fiance. I think of these two from time to time, is also kind and respectful to you, because that's an alignment to when they said, so you would your twin flame and you would meet these two, and that she would actually begin being kind to you and being interactive and wanting to include you into the conversation with and that was a part as the conversation was, you know if the conversation will come up, if when the wedding day for them comes, that your husband and you yourself will play a role in that in some way. So with around the wedding, so it feels very much like there's like that's still true, and she has not what they call it, slid back into her old ways. She has not slid back into her own ways, even though although she doesn't understand fully what's going on in the invisible world. She doesn't understand. Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 Right. Mm-hmm. A pleasure. We'll do. I look for you. Okay. I guess I can go ahead and spell out. She is definitely a dreamer. There's no question about that. She's a dreamer. She's even getting precognition dreams, precognitive dreams, even. Okay. All right. She's a dreamer, and she would be the travel opportunity would go to the one who happens to be a dreamer who doesn't want to travel. Yeah. Anyways, I had to prophesy. So, like, okay, look, do you all want me to prophesy or not prophesy? Y'all need to think about that. Do you want me to prophesy or do you not want me to prophesy? Like, what's that about? I was prophesying. You just have to be a little patient. who is on the line. Oh my gosh. All you had to do is be patient. I was trying to get here as quick. You think that I was trying to hold out on you? Guys, I was trying to get back to you as quickly as I could. I was trying to, as fast as I could. I'm here now. What were we talking about? I don't remember what we were talking about. What were we talking about? Your message retracted. I read your message. You were saying why you were sitting here all by yourself on the phone. Why you go live, you just gonna sit on here by yourself on the phone. That's what you. I read it. That was not my intentions. Okay, my intentions was to do a little prophecy here and there, but like I said, people are having real life stuff. People have like like big lives, but they have stuff going on in it, real life stuff. And plus, right now, the people on the right wing people, conservatives are right kind of uptight right now, so globally, right? So yeah, I spend a little bit more time. I read for everybody, by the way. Doesn't matter your affiliation, but yeah, this right now it's pretty intense. My gosh. Mm, mm. Okay, I'm gonna have to read the bag of Agita Sunday. So I guess the latest is hopefully Monday we can start reading the Apocrypha. Somebody mentioned the Bible and mentioned Jesus Christ early. We're gonna have a conversation where we're reading the Apocrypha. Okay, I know you want to read the Bible, but you need to hear and listen to the Apocrypha. We're gonna read the Apocrypha together. I wish the best for you and everyone here. Much love. Thank you. Everybody, Pre Dreams is being nice to us. Thank you. Yeah, my clients as well. Bless you, clients. Bless all your loved ones. And also bless the people who you have, they are not so friendly right now, but bless them that they find their way. Life, life, life. Life for everybody. Everybody live and have a good life. Yeah. So yeah, well, wish everybody well. Yeah. But yeah, we are going to talk about the Apocrypha. We're going to read the Apocrypha. The Apocrypha are books of the Bible. We're going to read from, you know, we're going to read from the beginning to the end. We're going to start reading it. We're wrapping up the Bhagavad Gita, which is a Bible, by the way, but it's Hindu. The Apocrypha is the Christian, the 66 books of the Bible. The Apocrypha are books that were in that book. And we're going to read those. We're going to read the Apocrypha together. The Apocryphas are valid books. They're just not in your book. But we're going to read those books together. They are available though. So we're going to read them together and it'll be fun. And but other lives, I'm sure somebody will bring up scriptures from the Bible that we're all familiar with, and then whatever that conversation brings us, we'll just decide. And oh, at the same time, I have to read tarot cards for my clients from all over the world. So yeah, it just happens at the same time. We do. It's like, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. You're doing what? So I do all these things simultaneously. So my channel is, yes, I do psychic work, metaphysical work. We read the scriptures. We have conversations and go back and forth for educational purposes, not to debate and and call each other names, but educational, like just for clarity and understanding. We read the holy books together, and also I'm a professional expert phone psychic, so I read for clients, and the conversations we hold are educational, like because information is being channeled with spirit. Spirit gives us wisdom as we're reading, something that we all can use. So, and also you get to see how I work with questions. You can see, like my method and how I read, the fact that I don't ask questions. And I say very specific things that, that's just what psychics should do. Say specific things that there's no way I could have known. You know. You all are very active today. I mean, like, you all are coming in here, it's dropping in and saying hi. And I appreciate you. So I'm going to close this one out. I know people are mad at me because it's like, wait a minute, you got to fix that. So I don't. See, I'm not used to y'all coming in here. Y'all used to leave me by myself all the time. Now I'm used to it. By the way, I grew up as an only child. So yeah, like I said, you can't just time me out as an only child. I'll go over there, you'll time me out, and I will play with my hands and air. If you tell me no moving about, you can't play with your hands, which I couldn't do because my parents caught on to that, I will play with my eyeballs. Then no blinking. Then I'll go like this and play. But I will play and play and play some more. So you cannot punish me by isolating me. Yeah. I thought I was the only one. I wasn't expecting that. I'm embarrassed. I thought I was the only one. No, I'm used to being the only one in here. So I said, well, I'll just go live and I'll just do psychic readings with my clients. And then people can see how psychics work. Oh, psychics were real? Or what? I thought you asked questions. I didn't hear you ask a question. Like, okay, how are you getting this information? You're like watching me in real time. So I'm thinking I'm the only one in here. I thought like maybe sometimes, when on the starlight, the star shimmers, somebody comes in and like, what are you doing? And then like leaves. I didn't think that you all would start like actually talking to me. So I'm embarrassed. That caught me off guard. I didn't know. I was like, oh God. I'm like, somebody's actually in here. Oops. Yeah, there was a lot of people in here and they were kind of like just hanging out. So yeah, y'all blessed me today. Y'all did pick on me a little bit, but most part y'all was nice and wow. The live did this is my best highest view count for a live as well, 316. My watch hours are going up, by the way, so I'm grateful. Um, and my intentions is, so I do all this spiritual stuff. I'm hoping that I can share that with YouTube, and yeah, we can still play. I still love to play. So sometimes, okay, we talked about controversial things of history, code words, what I think about slavery, and what I think about today's situation with between the different races. I'm like, I am, they say a prophet will not go into his own countrymen. That is so true. The people I read with are from like everywhere else in the world but America. America is I have far fewer clients in America than I do abroad from all over the world. So I just think that like regardless, my path is I need to other people. I need lots of other people. Literally for survival. I have to be able to get along with other people, regardless. Okay, they can whatever, regardless of what they've got going on. I need for them not to like me. I just have to be so superb at what I do as a psychic reader, providing a service that I have to be able to provide them top-notch service. I definitely can do that. I can read. I can. I know that that cannot apply to everybody. Everybody cannot like help everybody. I can. I do. I give everybody top-notch service. My 200% of me, all in, and yeah. So, regardless, I'm like, okay, I get it. You don't care for me much. Okay, so you want me to read for you? It's like I don't like you, but dang, that was the best reading I ever had in my life. That's what people in my community tell me. I don't like you. I don't like what you said. Just tell me what you read, what your cards say, and then they're like, how you get all this information? I didn't even give you the name. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm used to working with like on TV. It's like whoever's receiving the reading is always nice. Oh, thank you. Not mine. Mine. I'm used to working with like they call it. Not, I wouldn't call them bad customers, but difficult customers. I only get difficult customers, and then I win them over. Then it's this awkward. Yeah, yeah. You did real good today. I get that. That's the energy. They go, oh, thank you. Then no, I get, yeah, yeah. Because if you weren't gonna do good, I was gonna get a refund, you know. But I'm gonna look after. I'm gonna give you a couple of. I'm gonna give you 5 stars. You did real good today. I'm gonna write a nice little feedback for you. You keep up doing what you're doing. You'll make it somewhere someday. That's how people talk to me. Y'all don't talk to me like on television, because on television, you're like, oh, what do you see? Then nobody doesn't tell me prophesy, prophesy, or ooh, spiritualist, you're the best spiritualist in this on this side of the aisle. No, y'all are like, well, obviously I need your help. I'm calling you. I'm like, may I speak now? Oh, okay. A pleasure. Donald here. Hi, it's a pleasure answering your questions. Hope you're doing well. Where would we like to start today? Okay. Well, let's take a look to see what we gather. Okay, I'll start reading and then please help guide to the answers you need today, if that's okay. Okay. So what I can see in this realm is that I see the sun, meaning he has thought about coming back. He's been gone for a while already. He thinks, for his time, he says, I've been gone for a while. He's in his emotions. I don't see him around anyone. Let me double check. Nope, I don't see him around anyone. I'm not saying he doesn't have friends, but which I'm thinking more like friends, like who he's associated with, but not like, like in love with a friend, something like that. I see more like it's like he's as much as to himself as he can be, is what I can tell. And he's trying to figure out if he's like when he should come back home. Yeah, that's what he's deciding of when he should come back home. Um, the other side of that, he comes back home. The moon, you'll be expecting him. He's going to come back home, actually, your husband. All right. Have a good day at work. Bye. Okay. Yeah. Husband left weeks ago, but is actually still very much in her world, in her life. I asked her because it was a sensitive topic. That's what I said. If she needed to ask a question, that she can. It's like I don't have much time, but my husband left about 5 weeks ago, Saturdays ago. What do like? Just read what's around him. That he thinks he's been gone a long time, and he wants to come back, pretty much. But that's the truth. Like he wants to come back. In fact, it said that she's on the lunar end or the at home, obviously, wife, waiting for him to come back home, which he will. Which I did say that's a prediction. So, yeah. Some readings are not always charmed. Sometimes there's difficult conversation with readings. Difficult conversations. You know, like conversations, difficult conversations around uh, one of the spouses leaves home. That's a different. I'll call that a difficult conversation. Um, co- Thinking about letting your boss know that you're leaving. That's a difficult conversation. So, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily call it. Do you ever say anything bad? I wouldn't. I mean, that's not bad that you want out of your situation. You know, and I wouldn't consider it bad that like you're getting out of a situation with a person, or that person needs some time away from you to heal or something like that. That's not bad to me. But I mean, if you want to say, do you talk about like negative stuff? I'm like, yeah, absolutely. But it always benefits. Like what if, let's say, what if he was cheating? Would have told her? Yep, but that's not what I would like. Only speak to what the reading is saying. So, although I can come up with many imaginative things to share, like hypotheticals and theories, that doesn't play a role in a psychic reading. Because we speak, although we're making predictions, and you can't see tomorrow. Uh, Physically. You cannot see it like you could see something in the present. You can remember something that you've seen from the past. So people validate their present by thinking of their past. So, yes, if I'd seen that the husband was thinking about like divorce, it would just say it. But at the time when I'm reading, I don't say any other words. I don't theorize. I don't put out there what if, or anything like that. And I only read what is said, and it's like that is what that becomes my mind. Like my mind right now is only wants to talk about this. So yeah, so I'm so happy to at least to pass on the information. At least today, I don't have to deliver. That, oh, sorry, she's not coming back. I don't have to say that, at least for now. Like today is September 13th. I don't have to say that today. Good. I like when I can say constructive or productive things for people. Yeah. But yes, if it's especially a sensitive topic and people are just gonna let me do the talking, I always say, you can help guide, because it helps them to follow along with the reading, and it's like watching a movie, like, and they're asking questions. So I'm telling them what I'm seeing on the movie, something like that, or what's in the book, and they're asking questions as everything is playing out as I'm explaining things, and it's playing out in their mind. They're able to ask questions, and wherever their mind is drawn to, where their attention is, I speak to that. So that's how I keep people, invested in, you know, in, uh, in, I guess, in their goals, invested in their goals, whatever their goals are. If it's for relationships, or if it's, with work or projects and things like that. If they can interrupt me at any time, I say, look, you can interrupt me. Don't worry. I won't lose sight of your reading. If people are like, well, I don't want to distract you, but they still won't. Even after I ask them, like, she never asked a question, but gave me all the information I needed. Though she, was present. Yeah, that's the way I read. That's how it happens. It just works out like that. Okay, it's 2 o'clock and I only have like 1 hour of work to go. So I'm gonna end this live and then I will come back. I've been on since like before 10 o'clock, like 9:50, like 9:45. I came in. So I'm gonna go have a little lunch and I'll be back. Let it all out. Let it all out, bro. Oh my gosh. Well, at least you got to see how I work. You got to see a little bit of how I work, how I deal with difficult questions. Yeah, I deal with difficult questions. I don't like I don't harp on people's sensitivities. Always. Okay, by the way, okay, so okay, this is interesting. So I like to um, go and watch videos, skeptics who study like the different trickeries of like mentalists and magicians, and then express this is what psychics do in psychic readings, so that I know what not to do. I don't do any of the ones that are on the list, but like I know I can remember a few of them. I did a live on this and I covered all the ones, like firing questions. As what's it called? I can't think of it. It's with a B, because it was about a man who was. It's like an effect. Like he ran a circus. That's where they got it from. And he could kind of like read off of people what they look like, what they're doing. I can't think of it right now. There's hot readings, which is you go and find information, but before reading a person. Cold reading is when cold you the, that's a two-sided definition. When I was taught what a cold reading was when I just read you and don't ask you any questions. But they took it and said, no, cold reading is when you look at and you listen for little symbols to speak on, and that's cold reading to them. I'm like, what if you can't see the person? Well, you're listening to the person. Well, what if they're chatting to you and they only chat to you words? You know, but even as you can't base it off of what people sound like. A person can sound they're having the best day of their life and ask a very serious question, and you're like, oh, like they could buttercup you, and then you start saying positive things, and then they say, actually, you know, my house burned down. So you can't really. But I mean, and even if you do see them in person, like there's people who they dress like blue collar, but they could also actually not work at all. Or they could be in a position where they actually have their own company, but you thought that so you can't even really go. It's not even safe to go by like what you see with your eyes. A person could just be having a bad day, or just like threw on some clothes and didn't want to dress up that day. So you're thinking, oh, hardship, and they're looking for a job and they recently let go, and you start saying that. Turns out it's opposite everything of that. you know so, or you're like, oh, that's fine, and they go to the counter to pay for their food, and they pull out American Express, and you're like, you're like, oh, you told that person that some stuff. So I don't know how cold readings will work as a mentalist, but cold readings to me is just when you read a person and you don't, like, kind of like what I did with her. Like I didn't. I mean, I'm at a courtesy. I'll ask, what's her purpose for the call? Like, welcome. Like, yeah, you're welcome. Come in. How may I assist you? But I didn't ask like, so are you two fighting, or did he leave for work, or or is he sleeping with somebody else? But I got all confirmations. Of course, she opened up with, all I want to know is, I want to, husband left, a few Saturdays ago. So what do I, what's going on? That, okay, they offered that, but that could be anything. They could, well, he's not cheating. I hate it when he goes to his cousin's house. Okay. So kind of I'm just overreaching right now. I'm a little anxious, but no, he would never cheat. He doesn't. He's not cheating. He's always checking in on me. He's calling me right now, like every hour on the hour. So like you can't even really base it off of like what people ask in terms of their questions, because it could be totally different than what you might be thinking. Because it could be somebody who just travels for work and she gets nervous when he's on the road because it's crazy right now. Everybody's emotions are up. So anyway, yeah, let's call it, but Barnum statement, something like that, like Barnum statement. Let me see, ways in which psychics take advantage of people, from skeptics of people, and then put skeptics views. Okay, skeptic viewpoints. Okay, let's see if what comes up. Skepticism, healthy skepticism, paranormal believers and skeptics, screening to recruit groups of strong believers and skeptics. Why some people are skeptics of skeptics. How does a psychic provide proof to skeptics? Nonsense beliefs, frauds. This seems about maybe we'll have it. Psychic. Any fancy words? James Randi. On my frame money. Okay. Channels. Psychic performers conjuring. Okay, it says psychic performers. The strongest kind of evidence of psychic power comes from witnessing an alleged psychic perform. Some performers seem to be able to do things that require paranormal powers. These are the masters of the art of conjuring. Others seem to be able to tell us things about ourselves. Okay, hold on. It says the success of numerous hoaxes by fraudulent psychics testifies to the difficulty of seeing through the performance. Psychologist Ray Hyman, who worked as a psychic to help pay his way through college, claims that the most common method used by psychics is cold reading. See? Cold reading. And offers the following guide to cold readings. So he explains how cold reading. Okay, we'll read that one. It's only one, but it fits. And they even have a word for that. Use like fetching for information to see what fits. Well, we found one, code reading. Let's go with it. It says, one, this is how to code read. And I actually do psychic readings. I've done psychic readings today. I want to see if ours match. The way I code read versus the way they code read. It says, you must act with confidence. So what do you call it? Conviction. Speak with conviction. Okay. It says you don't need to be arrogant. You do have to like a doctor who is unsure will scare you. A nurse who's unsure will scare you. Like, wait a minute, before you prick me, could you please steady your hand? So actually, I mean, would you like to? I was told through a psychic manager, I'd rather have a doctor who is an than a doctor who is squirmy, who is, and not confident. So something to think about. It says, in fact, you will probably benefit by pretending to be humble. Mm, that would more work for women than men. So I'm confused by that. I think this is a male who's if he's young though, if he's a young male, you know, because young associated with dough, like doughy. If he has dough eyes, and he's young. That is close. Yeah, that would work. But James Van Prague and John Edward repeatedly warned. It says warned their marks that they aren't always accurate. Okay, so they always say that they always warn that they're not always accurate. Okay, that they don't know how their powers work and that they misinterpret things, etc. But they never give any sign that they are not really communicating with the dead. So I don't, I don't, I don't do that. I just read for you, and people just tell me I'm accurate, and they come back and say everything you said happened. Like, what's next? I don't know what that's about. I don't know that first sentence. I don't know what any of that's about. Okay, so that's number one. All right. So I guess like kill them with kindness. Okay, two, to be a great code reader, you must do research on who, on what. What would you find? It says you have to be up on the latest statistics. E.g., most plane crashes are in April. So most planes have something red on their tails. You have to know what people in general are like from polls and surveys. Also, you must pick up in casual conversations before a performance any information that might be useful later. You mean talk to people before you give them a reading, or talk with them and take notes of what they're saying casually in conversation before you perform as a psychic? Like talking to a cameraman in the afternoon, and then during the evening performance, you are contacted by his dead father, whom he told you about that afternoon. People, when they want to talk to somebody on the other side, they say, hey, I want a message from spirit, and then the right person just comes. Like if it's like, say, I want to talk to somebody who's crossover. Your dad, a dad, father figure, he's here, he looks like this, he looks like that. Yeah, that's him. So, yeah, he died this is what he has for you. Yeah, I do happen to have a son. And like you got to go ask them. I didn't ask my. I don't have to. Whenever I read for you, I don't ask you questions. I don't have to ask you a question. You don't have to give me any details before I start answering you. I can't even say this. This is crazy. This is weird. I'm skipping. I'm skipping. I don't understand. I'm going to three. It says you must convince the mark. Okay, the mark. I know what that means. That means the person who's my target. The target. You must convince the mark that he or she will be the reason for success or failure. Put the responsibility on them. Are you trying to say free will? But people want to succeed. If they want something to fail, they'll make it fail on their own. You don't have to have a conversation about it. All you have to do is say you could squash that right out and right through the door. Yes, though you have free will, there are certain things that are set in stone. You'll be faced with this very specific occasion or event or meeting or conversation. But remember, it's always up to you whether to fully become immersed in that experience or no. You have every right to say no to whatever it is in life, but not in the sense that they're a mark and that, well, I know you really want to. I know you really want that job, but really it's depending on you. No, either they're going to get the job or not. Yeah, obviously you have to go in and I wouldn't need to tell them, yeah, you got to go kill the audition. And when I mean kill the audition, you got to like really nail the audition. You got to like do really well in the interview. Don't kick your feet on up on the desk of the interviewer. Obviously. Who needs to say that to anybody? No, they are professionals or experts. They go in there with the necktie and everything, and they nail the interview and they get the job. They just want to know, will they like the? I mean, will it be a good offer? Will they like the offer? Will they get their asking salary or no? And what will that number be? It says this is actually true because it is. What's true about? Oh my gosh! It says this is actually true because it is the mark who will provide all the vital information. I can't go on. Forget it. It's too hard. It's too much to read. That's too much process, you guys. I could. That's too much thinking. Do I look like I want? Do I look like I want to do back homework on somebody? I mean, if you're thinking, okay, one person, and if I score, there's thousands of dollars behind it. But does it really look like I'm doing research on people, like trying to beat this? Okay, 20 minutes to go. That is bizarre. That's crazy. I can't wrap my mind around that. They need to call me. They need to give me. They need to come test me. You guys, if you're a skeptic, I need to. Maybe that'd be a nice title. Hi, if you're a skeptic, you've never had a reading before, come in. I won't. Oh yeah, I gotta. I promise I won't ask you for PayPal. People have trouble with me asking. Would you like a reading? A pleasure, Donald here. A pleasure answering your questions today. You're here for a psychic reading. How would we like to start? Are you working with a special area in mind? You can. I always tell everybody. People say, "Is it Don L or Don O?" Or you can just call me Donald. I like the simplicity of my name. Absolutely. And how would you like to begin our reading today? Well, just as stated, and so there's nothing else you need to add. Okay, got you. So let's just start. So what I could see in this realm, this is a favorable time. I get the sense that there's a special peak of interest here, and you're concerned more so for the future. You're ready to cross over to the future. It's like you're ready to actually enter and cross over into relationship. But I also get the sense that there is a person in mind, like a person. I see outward expression, outward conversation, open conversation for relationship. This is about the future, like long term romance. So this perhaps has taken a while to cultivate, to share, and be open to putting out the emotions out there. I put it all out there on the table. That's what we're experiencing currently. This place where emotions are analyzed to see if this is what, to make sure like this is what you both want. I think you're entering into a lasting of something before the end of year or the new year happens, 2026. You're getting ready to enter into, I believe, the falling completely in love. The person, though, is also making some life changes. It seems to be standing out like by himself, like like especially over the next couple of days, is actually creating a space, creating maybe mentally to complete some tasks or start some things off in a very real way, is on this trajectory, something that he wants to see happen with you throughout September into October by end of November month. So his path and what he's trying to do, or his hopes align with what you want to see happen as well, is what I can see. So it makes perfect sense that yes, the relationship is going to be serious and lasting, and something that is he sure is like, when will he know that he wants this? Mid October. But yeah, but this is his path in sync with you. It starts tomorrow. Well, it starts tomorrow. But yeah, he's into this space of where he's doing a lot of thinking about what's next for himself. Like he's thinking about work and all of the rhythms of that, the fundamentals. Right, he's thinking of the money, the work, and all, but he's thinking, but how does he get to be in your life romantically, even? Like he wants all of it. He doesn't want some. He wants all of it. You're right. I'm confirming you. Okay. Yes. Sure. Okay. Okay. Which one that's actually stands out? I think that is the one that's with the work. The one that's the work, that one. Then out of the two, I, I don't. Well, I think that it's more so the one that you work with, but the one that you're also spending time with, because they said there's one that's going to put out more information emotionally onto the table. He's going to put all his emotions, everything that he needs to say, put it out there in the open with you. It when I look in terms of names, it doesn't look like Mike. I'm not seeing a Mike at all. Mike's, oh, I mean, it depends on what kind of relationship you're looking for. I always start at the highest point of view. So if the blue fairy's saying this, it's probably going to be Rob. You're like, because blue fairy sees you're going to marry, somebody you're going to last relationship with. Mike is somebody, oh, you mean somebody you can, like, and you both may fool around some, maybe, you hang out, but no, I don't really see a Mike. Mike is different energy, like a friend with a little extra stuff involved. But Rob seems to be more, that Rob stands out. It's talking about Rob, to be specific. I love details. Because I like making, I'm the psychic that makes predictions about the future. So I'm making a prediction for the future for you. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So now, what? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So now here's the thing with the one that we're reading for. He is going to be to himself and completely spending time by himself. That's specific. Over the next few days, as he's reconnecting with you this week. And when he does, what this means is that he's spending so much time in reflection of what he wants next. So he's making life changes. He's changing the fundamental rhythms of all of his life, with work especially, but also in his walk in life. Is like he's preparing for this journey that he's going to spend with you. He's going to become much closer and involved with you as well. Mm-hmm. Good. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, the guides here illustrate that emotions would be put out, like the sharing of emotions would be put out onto the table to to make it clear that clearly there's a special interest between he and you. So I believe like he's acceptance of that gift, but you also giving that gift. It's like you both are putting it out there that you both have an interest, and seeing, like getting an understanding, making a special bond, that he also will commit with, is what the reading is suggesting. But specifically to the gift, it's more like this gift allows for him to express that yes, he does care about you. So he receives it because he cares about you. So you created a special memory and moment with him. Like Rob, and yourself are creating a special bond for you, the two of you to follow. That's going to outshine, let's say, Mike and you. If it's Mike and you versus Rob and you, what's going on between Rob and you is outshining what's going on with Mike. But that's okay. That's a good thing. When will he actually step forward and and like start pursuing this? He's already aware of his emotions, so the time frame I'm going to give is a lot sooner than you might even imagine. But not too soon. It's definitely over the next within this time frame of 2 weeks. This conversation with you is already happening. He's already going to speak. I know he has to speak with you because close proximity next this upcoming week, but I mean, he's going to have the conversation with you about his thoughts, his feelings. But even most importantly, I already have here, like getting together to, like on a, like to invite you out or invite for you to come, have a moment with him, to, just to talk about your thoughts and emotions, just to talk even. But I know where that talk leads. It leads to where he acknowledges his feelings with you. That's what's next. But we're saying this week, by the way. I keep stressing that. It's Saturday, but we're wrapping up the week, but it's this week that we're bringing on. There's a lot that's going on over these next 7 days. According to the reading, remember he is these next few days. He's actually going to spend time just by himself. He is changing the fundamentals, the rhythms of his entire what's been going on with him with work, and also what's going on with him in life and those people he's engaging with. In other words, he's spending a great deal of time just alone and by himself, just thinking about what's next for himself. So as he and you are talking, this is why he and you are talking this week's time, in this, or of course across this week's time, is because he has these interests with you. So he's changing, in other words, he's changing directions, is what you're supposed to get out of that. Yeah. So the reason why I was a little bit darker with the reading is a little bit more darker with Mike is because I don't really see Mike. Mike looks like in the black, and it doesn't appear to have the emotional connections that I look that we look for when looking for like like the resounding relationships. Not to be judgmental, but it gives a lot of himself away out of the situation because it means that he's not here to commit. He's definitely not a committer. But the one thing that is for certain, I mean, he'll hang around. He can have, it's time. His presence can be enjoyed, and he can enjoy those moments with you, of course. But it stays in that realm. It doesn't advance or grow beyond that. So it doesn't go much further than what it is. But it doesn't mean that he likes or loves you any less. It just he's not creating in this area. He just, as you said, whether if he's just represent that as he's using you, or he's going with the motion. Um, when I read for him, he looks like he gets caught up in situations like relationships with you, and that gets he's like he gets fixated on you. I think he's fixated. I don't see him all over the map. Like he seems to have like from here or there. It's like it's you for a while. Unless he and you take a break, he won't act on the other connection. Like he does have some loyal points. Like he's not like bad, like a bad apple. It's just I just don't see him giving you what you're seeking for. It doesn't seem like a lasting long term situation. Hmm. And right in 2026, he's not even. like still not trying to give you what you might be looking for from him. In fact, like in 2026, like he's not the one that you would say that's your like your long term companion. He doesn't give long term companion. 2026, he's around. It's wonderful. Not him. Not Mike. That's not me. So the time frame on that is so you want to start having these conversations. Of course, he's the one that's going to approach you as well. And in that connection, that's what we're referring to, what starts this upcoming week. So as he and you are progressing through the 2 weeks, he and you are spending time together, and he and you are talking about yourselves and what's next. What, how this is illustrated is that he and you begin to talk about what it's going to be like being in the relationship, and this is the reason why you two are having that conversation. So it's like this was a great way to begin to open up the channels to talk about more sophisticated ways in which you two will connect going forward. Rob is the one out of the both of them who is a part of your 2026. Mm-hmm. Good. So, and with this one, you're referring to Rob, right? That's who you want, right? Okay. So Mike, the way to describe Mike is more like it's like he's just pulling relationships along. Like he will, like okay, so he's gonna be involved with or around you, and she can be around, but he doesn't get involved with her. Only if you cut him off or break it off with him, and he'll make sure it's done with you, and then he'll start hanging out with her. That's the way it plays out. I can only tell that he is more so connected with you, although you two are not a lasting companionship. But he doesn't seem to be in multiple relationships. Is That's the only words that I can express with that. So you'll hang out. So he and you will hang out. You two will begin to talk about what's to happen over the next 2 weeks. So, but you want to start. So over the next 2 weeks, he and you begin to focus on what it means that now that you two are talking about that idea of moving into a relationship and what he's had to do, to move things around to make that a possibility. A pleasure. Have a great day. Okay. All right. So, um, okay. So it's Okay. Let me shuffle these cards. Sometimes people, I find, I'm like, just listen. Sometimes people I don't feel or don't listen too well. But you always have to like guide them. I have to shuffle my cards up. So, sometimes people they don't listen too well. And it feels like gosh, how many times you have to repeat it? What is it that you're missing? Yeah. So, that it does like when you feel like people have a very short attention span, retention span. I'm like, you have a very short retention span, don't you? you know, but try to get through the reading. Of course, try to treat everybody with integrity. Be respectful. But yeah, um, I am definitely. I might as well just hang out for the next, 26 more minutes, something like that. 25. Well, no, no, no. What? Yeah, like something like 25 more minutes. I might as well just go ahead and hang out. Thank you for like keeping me company. You've been all been kind of hanging out, keeping me company. Oh, this live is crazy. So more, you guys are starting to hang out a lot. Yeah, thank you for all of your concern. Uh, I didn't know at all that I was gonna be like doing these long readings. I had no clue. I mean, I'm happy. I'm happy about that though. I mean, in fact, you all should be happy for me because that means, hold on. A pleasure, Donald here. Okay. A pleasure. Welcome. Good to speak with you. So where should we begin? Okay. Well, are you sure there's not an area? Sometimes there are good vibrations of family in your burning off your aura. I keep hearing the word family, but that's you said, yeah, that's it. Go with that. Okay, I will. So what I can see is this: is that you you're just in a different, interesting space, more or less, and this is a time where you it's like you're very much focused on it's like I see both your hands on the wheel. It's like but it's a home, and you're holding the pieces together. It's like I'm holding the pieces together, and then it's like checking into other people as well. It's like some things are like for other people, like you're getting answers for yourself, but it's also regarding for other people, like especially family. It's like you're going to be very much insightful into what's going on with them and what's going on with others is what I see. So it's like checking up on people, checking behind people, making sure they follow through with making the phone calls they need to make. It's like you're on duty mode. Like you're working more or less. But I like it because I sense that there's a great deal of self love here as well. As you're doing this, like you're very much centered and running this space, being in this home vibration. I am getting some, they said mixed signals. Oh, you are rooting out some things as well. Like anything that's mixed signals or you're not sure, because that considers to be an interference. So anything that's interfering is not clarified enough. They said that you actually are eliminating that. So that's a good thing. They mentioned um, that you're very careful with, I guess, triangulated connections. So outside interference, definitely pushing that out the door energetically. I see a broom sweeping towards the door, which means you're clearing out energy of the home. Then I see children or like family. They said marriage, children, family. Friends first, elements come from past lives. So only close people, literally. That's what it's about. But they also said this is a time where a wish will come true. Something on paper, something emotionally that we're connected with. To me, that looks like something you want to see happen. Maybe something that is on paper, maybe will cost something. Something that it would be something that's of value, something that it will cost us to do. It feels like you are connected with that. Um, I'm also seeing like handshakes, which means I'm doing something for family members. I see some special experiences, special moments, like emotional moments that may even be celebration that I'm preparing for. I feel like I'm preparing my like a family member for something special, and that then it costs something. Okay, okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. But it's about, like you said, it's about children. And by the way, I keep seeing, sometimes I see a sun vibration around you as well. Especially 'cause I see sometimes like you're getting this ready for life. I'll just say it that way. I oftentimes see you getting your child ready for life, but it's like you're talking to your child. You're getting them ready for life. Like you're amazing. Like you're very like the like everything. Like your child to enter this world won't get away with anything. So far as what I'm reading, you know where they're going. You know who it's with. And I even believe you'll be around when the person like meets their love of their life. Very much you'll be very much hands on that as well. So, in that regard, you you're meant to. I think you're going to marry. I think that you're the next, like your love life, because they mentioned marriage with. They mentioned children clearly, but marriage and children. But it's like it's connected. Like you're meant to be in a relationship where there's marriage. I keep seeing symbols here, signs of family, like in this bridging conversation of, like a partner whom you're married with. I see marriage as your future happens. Your love of your life is coming to marry. Mhm. Okay. Well, let's take a look. Let's read around him, and we'll also ask for them to map it to a calendar so that we can kind of get an idea. So, right, if there's a time frame. So, what I can see in this round is okay, he shows up number one. Oh, wow. He shows up and you show up, which means that I think that he's the one. I think he is your life partner. You may have some things. He may have some things to figure out. Um, in this new beginnings. Hmm. Okay, but it feels very much that you're still very much going to stay like in contact, in connection with him. But he's described. This is described as a full relationship. This is a full, complete relationship. And guess what? The price promise, the time frames on this is throughout. Like okay, so October, like they say like mid October. Like he is like this is a connection that's not. It's like it's your journey is not done. I get the sense that he wants to connect again. Can I come by? Can I visit? Can I see you? That kind of energy. That's what I'm hearing from him. I mean, he's asking, can he come see you? Can he talk with you? Can he just come, as you say, is he welcomed to come and visit? I just get the sense that he's still going to be very much a part of your future going forward. But he gives me the sense, because the way you both showed up in the reading, this applies to people who are together. You two are considered still together psychically. I think that he's also going to want to try, like really set out to make this relationship work going forward. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right, right. Mm-hmm. Don't believe it. He's scared. Right, right. That's not what he wants either. He's scared. He's going to have a switch of a change of pace and heart, and that's not the only message. Like that's not his last message to you. And he can do it. He can do this. He can do fatherhood, and he will want. He's going to be in your life. He is your life. He is the partner. He is the partner. In fact. Mm-hmm. Right. I'm glad that you don't get that because that's not what we clearly see. We clearly do not see him putting you out of his life. That's not what he wants to do. You're in your aura. You want to, as they said, you are interested in family, starting one, and he doesn't feel like he knows what to do with one, but he is going to stay with the one he's creating, the one with you. That is, he's going to become very invested in you. Like he himself, like how he messaged you. They said that he asked you very specific questions. Can he come by? Can he come just talk with you? Can he come visit? Can he come see, come see everybody, and reconnect? So he's gonna also say those words to you in the future. Hmm. So he's not completely out of your life. Like you're just like you're saying, you don't feel that he's out of your life. He may be nervous, but not gone. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, I get the sense that, though it will be challenging, but I also believe that you two still are in love. And I do believe that he wants to be everything he's meant to be as a man with you. There's no doubt that, this is, like, what do he do now? You know, like, now he's going to be like in charge of life, in charge of a life. He wants to be, by the way. So, he is not going to dip out. He's not. I don't see him disappearing. He, he is not trying to stop communication. He's expressing nervousness, like, but it's like he's more nervous than you are. But I see that he is very interested in you still, and very much attracted, still very much a part of you. I mean, as his lady, as a mother of his child, he's still very much a part of your life. I believe that he does want to see his son. I keep getting visions. The first time I said that out loud, that's the other question that he asked: can he come see his son? So, I know you didn't say the gender, but I mean, I'm just saying what I'm seeing in the vision, and that's what I'm hearing. You thought it was a boy too. Mm, yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. So the guides here illustrate that is letting you know that he definitely wants to be a part of, your lives together, and he wants to be a part of his family. His family. He wants to continue seeing you and growing that family. And I can believe that he's not opposed to being a dad even. Like, I'm over here kind of like shuffling through, and the symbol that represents children, like, he showed up his symbol, which is, for, him as a man, and then right after that is a symbol that represents the children, and so they're tied. They're in sync. They're tied. The other one, I'm just over here kind of probability wise. I mean, I'm seeing, marriage. When he was when he was sort of seeking, right, seeking a woman now, you're the woman who he sought out. Does that make sense? So okay, so he's a man, right? So he's initiating and seeking after, women for courtship. Okay, so but then you say, well, what woman? Who? So you are that woman who he seeks out. He sought you out. So you're the one who he's going to be reaching out to, or you're the woman that he's curious about still, and very much still in ties with you. The other part is that, yes, like he mentioned, he wants to see, he see his son, see the child. He's asking you if he wouldn't mind if he comes over. He's even asking permission to see you, is what that point is. So of course, you're going to, maybe work it out or speak with him about it, communicate to him that, if that will be fine or not, or if you need to see something else from him, that you before you allow him to make the visit. But he is going to ask to see you in person. Hmm. Okay. When these things happen, and and you've done everything, as Mother Nature intends, reach out back and tell us everything. Tell us all about it. We want to hear. Yes. Mhm. Yes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You got back together. Okay, for a special time. Mm-hmm. Right. Absolutely. And he's still not gone forever. He's still going to be the one to come back. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, but the only way he can do that, he has to go through you first. So it does matter that he wants to come back on his own, of course, but that you also in a place to allow him to. Hmm. Okay, we will. Good luck. Have a great day. Yes, of course. All right. Boy, boy, boy. She having a boy. Even she said she had an ultrasound and everything about having a boy. Mm-hmm. Yes, I can predict the genders. I don't like to do it. The only reason why I do it is because um, I like to, help couples. But people are human. People try to exploit every month. Even while I'm telling you, even while they're about to have a baby, they're still trying to exploit the world. They're trying to squeeze every little bit of juice they can get. But we stay focused and diligent, and she's agreed to actually allow the child's father to come see them. So that's good. It's 7 more days. Mm, 7 more days. 7 minutes. Whew. So 7 minutes. I also predicted my managers. So when I entered work the company, I read that the manager was going to have a baby. The manager did. She said she read with me. Of course, she said, "Well, you're gonna come back." What she didn't know, I said, "You're gonna come back, and you're gonna start having a family." She said, "I didn't even think that he would come back. That let alone come back, um, and then had a baby." So I have a baby. Now she knows. I told her, I spoiled alert. I said, I'm spoiling alert. He's asking, because it was something he said specifically. He says he wanted to come to see his son. And so, but yeah, he's asking, to be in her life and his and her son's life, child's life. Yeah, she said, I don't know, whatever you see for me. And I said, and I saw in her aura, it was like the words were lifted up. It said family. She wanted to talk about family. Then it talked about marriage and family. She talked about like expansion of family members, and she is like that mom that's like involved in every little factor in everybody's life. So she's keeping everybody at bay. For now, I understand why. She's pregnant. Oh, okay. So 5 more minutes. I can hang out for like 5 more minutes. I know y'all get nervous when I start reading. Y'all don't know whether to be nervous. I thought y'all. Wait a minute. Why are y'all scared? Why are you scared for something you don't believe in? I thought you said you don't believe in psychics. It's like y'all are. It's like y'all scared of psychics, but then y'all. Oh, I thought y'all said that psychics are not real. Like then, if it's not real, then why are you guys scared? Like, it's not spooky to be able to say yes. I was able to see the gender of her child. I was able to predict that they would come back. They would start a family, and now she's pregnant and an ultrasound. But I needed to tell her what he said, and then she says, "To be honest, I don't." She was like trying to pan it off. Like that's the thing about reading for people. It's like what's that? What's that movie where what's his name? Uh-oh. Let me Idris. Hold on. Elba. It's called what it called? Thousand. Hold on. Genie movies. His name Idris Elba, something like that. Let me see. Idris Elba. Idris Elba is his name, I think. Yeah, Idris Elba, And okay, so what was his movie where he plays a genie? Now I need to know that. My path is kind of, I'm making a statement here. So, um, plays a genie, plays a genie. Oh yeah, 3,000 years of longing, where where Idris Elba, uh, a, he's European, and he plays a djinn or a genie. And well, the woman who finds him thousands of years later and frees him, she ends up falling in love with him. And now and then she starts to, she starts to want to bang him and stuff. You know the whole story. So, yeah, people sometimes, yeah, like when I read for people, it's like, no, like, no, your baby daddy's coming back. He's coming back. He's gonna be a great father, and he's gonna want to spend, his time with you. Like he's not with other people. Like, I'm not Idris Elba, and I'm not 1,000 years of longing. Okay, 2 more minutes. Come on, YouTube, stay with me for 2 more minutes, and then I'm gonna log out because it'll be 3 o'clock, and then I can have some lunch. Because I worked today. I was nice to the visitors and guests. I answered your questions. We didn't yell at each other. We didn't cuss at each other. We were polite. You all were very respectful. And if I wasn't so busy, I would probably even read your cards for you. It says wave your hand in your air. Wave your hand in the air if you just don't care. Okay, I'll play with you. Wave your hand in the air like you just don't care. Hey, hey, oh, hey, hey. There. That's all you get. And if you tell anybody, King Spana, I will punch you really hard in the arm. If you tell anybody that we did this, that you saw this, I'm gonna punch you really hard in the arm. You got that?